wants it to take.
Today is Tuesday, the 9th of December, and this is the meeting of the Committee of the Whole. My apologies for a slight delay in starting, but I would like to call the meeting to order. And with that, I'd like to start with our land acknowledgement. We are acknowledging that the municipality of Jasper is on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territories, as well as the Jasper House Métis District. This land is a traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home. The Danze, Asina Wachi Niha, Asina Wuchi Winawak, Iowak, Anisha Navi, Sewatnik, Richard Navi, and the Métis and Métis. The municipality of Jasper acknowledges the land to honor the relationship Indigenous people have with this land, to remind us of our responsibilities and obligations to this place and to Indigenous people, and to affirm our accountability to address the ongoing impacts of colonization that continue to affect Indigenous peoples. We have the agenda today's meeting in front of us. Are there any additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I will vote the agenda. Council, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the November 25 and 26 budget presentation meeting minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes? Seeing no business arising, we'll now move on to the next section, which is delegations. And the first item on the under delegations is a presentation by the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce. And under protest, I would like to refer to our procedural bylaw in consultation with Mr. Butler. Typically, delegations as part of our program, as part of our agenda, is when delegations can anyone in the community can come forward to address council on any topic on the agenda. And this is a regular opportunity at every regular council meeting and every committee of the whole. Typically, the presentations last 3 minutes. Referring to our procedural bylaw, council may allow a person to address a matter that is on the agenda, and council may, with the consent of 2/3 of members, allow a person to address a matter that was not on the agenda. Number 3, no person shall address council for more than 3 minutes, exclusive of the time required for questions, unless and to the extent allowed by a motion approved by council. With the understanding that typically delegations have 3 minutes, I would look for a motion from a councillor to extend the time. Any discussion on the motion?
I'm content to extend time. I'd like to know how much time might be anticipated. And that, of course, is always still subject to questions from council. But also, I appreciate that the Chamber of Commerce has gone the extra step and indicated that they would be here and presented again. So I mean, that's very good to give us some written material. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy to extend the time, but I'd like to know whether we're talking 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or a longer period of time. And I want to be clear too that respecting the process that has been followed, I'm quite content here that I don't want to leave a suggestion that it applies current law to all delegations that we might hear. This is different. And so I'm happy that we can hear from Mr. Butler as to the length of the presentation that he anticipates, and then we can configure the motion forward.
Thank you, Marilyn. Mr. Butler.
Thank you very much. I'll just say that I think my understanding, and it has been discussed in the past with the Jasper Chamber of Commerce, has asked for a place on the agenda that in doing so, our presentation was distinguished delegation to be one of the representative council and come with that in mind. So if there's been some lack of clarity there, I would like to understand better what it is that that's because I thought that's what we were asking for. That being said, if I'm not fast, I think I can move through the material I'd like to discuss in about 20 minutes.
Thank you. Councillors, on the floor, is there any discussion among councillors at this point regarding the motion, understanding that there would be a presentation by the Chamber of Commerce, which could be 20 minutes? No discussion. 2/3 of the council need to vote in favor. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Mr. Butler, thank you for presenting today. I appreciate that wanted to follow process appropriately regarding your question about being on the agenda. We can address that, I think, after to see if there would be longer presentations, whether you should be if there new business potentially or part of a delegation. So please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council. I want to begin by acknowledging the challenges Council faces in dealing with the many community demands reflected in the draft budget. These are difficult decisions, and we understand that. These challenges are the very reason that we're here today, and the reason that in part what we want to talk about today among our concerns is not just the size and extent of the budget, which I have no doubt you would expect to hear from some, but also the way in which some of the figures are presented. And we're concerned that the manner in which the budget numbers represented may not fully support the council in working through difficult decisions that you face. I also want to acknowledge some of the questions that we did hear during the 2 long days of budget deliberations from council members, and so I don't want to and some of those questions and comments directly address what we're here to talk about. So I don't want to imply that the information I'm presenting here today is new or it is a revelation. I am aware that questions have been asked, and in fact, some adjustments have been made responding or anticipating the concerns that we're raising here. So the first thing I want to talk about is looking at the 5-year trend in budget increases over the past 5 years. Over the past 5 years, we have seen 61% increase in tax assessment, or sorry, tax requisition for the community. I understand that last year, land grant and planning allocations from Parks Canada was forgiven for 3 years, and so we see a little.
About 19 minutes of this. Yeah. Individuals who are viewing online, we're just trying to resolve some technical difficulties so that those individuals who are viewing us live will have the same opportunity, hopefully, to see the presentations that were made available to council on paper, and potentially will be available on screen. Thank you for everyone's patience. For the purposes of the meeting, it's important, I think, that we have the visuals when we are going to continue discussion. So we're going to wait for a moment. Is it available to the people online? It is. Okay. The agenda in favor, the gallery can see what's been presented. So I would maybe suggest that while we're trying to get one more screen working, I might suggest, Mr. Butler, that we continue. Thank you very much.
4 or 5 years. See a 61% increase in tax requisition. Last year, there was a reduction in the year-over-year increase in requisition due to land rent and planning allocations to First Canada being waived for 3 years. As a result, the increase last year was 5%. Or otherwise, we would have seen an increase last year of closer to 12%. Had it not been for that waiving of those fees. So you can see in the orange line that the year-over-year increase over 5 years, adjusting for the land rent and planning allocation, is around 70% or 61%. Without that adjustment for that same period of time, consumer price index in Canada has increased by about 20%. So our increases over the past 5 years have been alarmingly higher than the inflation rate. In the budget requisition, in the utilities requisition, we see somewhat lower, but similar increase of 53% over 5 years. And combining the two, still facing increases of 63% over 5 years, adjusted or 58% if we're going to just reduction. Around land rent and planning reduction of about $750,000. So it was very consequential to that itself, depending on the size of the budget in any given year, as well as the percent. And brought up, and it's true, for a municipal. For a residential leaseholder in Jasper, that only 43% of their annual tax bill in any given year is an example. Only 43% of that supports the municipal tax requisition, and 57% of that supports provincial requisitions. That's correct. But I would contrast that with the situation with commercial leaseholders, where 74% of the tax bill in any year, or about 3/4, is allocated toward the municipal requisitions, and only about 1/4 goes toward provincial requisitions. That, of course, is because of the ratio typically 75 between commercial and residential installers. So the impact of these increases is felt far more by the business community than it is by the residential community. What I think is not always well understood in the community, and I just want to make the point here, that the size of the assessment base on the residential side is considerably larger than the assessment base on the commercial side. So as you can see from this slide, I can't see it all there. 37%, so you could even call it 40% of the municipal tax assessment base is non-residential, and 60% is residential. So there is a lot more tax assessment base on the residential side than there is on the commercial side. Nonetheless, due to our disparate tax ratio, 3/4 in any given year of our tax assessment is paid by businesses. It's worth looking how that contrasts with where our dollars go to provide services to the community. So it is often stated, and I heard it stated at this table many times, that 30% of the municipal services are the reason. The case, I'm not sure that has really been clearly demonstrated, but let's accept for argument's sake that that is the case. But if we look at one department of community development, which occupies 30% of our municipal tax assessment in any given year, that service area is definitely resident-based, but the residential tax assessment doesn't even cover that portion of our municipal budget in any year. So, talking about their services are facing and what extent of our or proportion of our services face toward visitors. I think that should be the conversation when we talk about what is an appropriate mill ratio in our community. But I don't think that that kind of conversation has been part of that decision-making process in the past. I want to talk for this is retrospective look at that over the past 5 years and projecting into 2028. These are the numbers provided within the budget documents. It's frankly really alarming that it is a sharply upward trend. I know that you have seen these numbers and they were well discussed, but I think a visual representation is helpful. In the coming year, if we proceed according to budget, nearly 22% of our tax requisition, as I see the numbers that we've been shown, will go toward servicing the debt. I understand there may be some bank charges and other things in there. If 20% of our annual budget is being directed towards servicing debt, you know, that is value that is being transferred right outside of the community. And it's really alarming. And I think that as we see a change in our strategy, we can expect to see more and more of our dollars going towards servicing debt. I understand the necessity of it. We're very concerned with the extent of that debt and the degree with which we seem to expect it to continue to rise in the future. So overall, I take a sort of high level view of the budget. We're trying to talk about the concerns that we have with respect to the size of increases over the years, over the past 5 years. But I do want to just take a look at a few operational budgetary issues. And I want to point out a couple of areas to serve as examples of certain concerns that we have around the way in which some of the budget numbers have been presented. So we've heard a lot of discussion around increasing the transit income, and we appreciate that effort, and we're certainly in favor of the increase that has been proposed, and I think will likely be passed when the final budget is passed, to increase the paid parking allocation to, I think it's going to be perhaps $1.8 million. However, they're confusing. Looking here at the revised budget projections in the Executive and Legislative Services Department, we see an increased income expectation of, I think it's $1.8 million, but we also see $1.1 million showing expenses in the program. We wonder how this can be the case. I know it's not because, I know that it's not because expenses associated with paid parking $1 million. That's nobody believes that, and I've heard conversations where we're speaking about the $1.8 million if the investments as large income for the community. So why are we showing $1.1 million in expense associated with that program? So let's just hold that thought through. And we've looked into the operations budget. And here we see this year, anticipated in 2026, looking at public transit. We see a sharply increased income figure, sharply increased expense figure. And we know that is because of the grant coming from the provincial government. And it appears to result in a deficit for the entire program, maybe $13,000 for this year. last year, and it's anticipated to be $178,000. And I don't suppose any of us think that the transit program is performing so much more efficiently this coming year as last year. So we're concerned about whether we're looking at real and realistic numbers here. Last year, we took some time to dive into the details of public transit, and we see that $178,000 operating deficit indicated for the current year ending, and we don't know yet how the program has in fact performed. But we pointed out last year that that doesn't appear to be a realistic estimate of the operating deficit for the program. So that operating center has allocated to it, I think, $98,000 for transfers from reserves, allocated to also an income line for that program is a transfer from parking for $150,000. So that takes me back to my early conversation about, well, why are the expenses associated with the parking program so high? And it appears to be because the income from parking has been expensed against the parking program and then added in as an income item for a program that doesn't really have anything to do with it. And in doing so, we think that the $178,000 estimated operating for the transit program in the current year is really considerably understated and is more like $425,000. I raised these concerns with council in the past, and I think it has been acknowledged that that is more like the realistic figure of what transit costs to the community in a given year. And I suggest allocating income on operating center of the municipality to a different one, unrelated, is not transparent and not a realistic accounting practice. Now, I know this is budget and this is not financial statements, but understating the expected cost of a service area to the community is not transparent. And it concerns us that when council is debating and discussing the cost of services to the community, that we're not working with the numbers that actually represent the cost of that service to the community. And this is an example of that. If you look at the 2026 estimates, we saw that 1 year ago, applying the same amount, we were looking at a similar amount of expected deficit for the operating program. My number there says $490,000, but I do understand that there is an allocation to reserves within that program. So maybe it's more like $25,000. Excuse me. 1 year later, budgeting for transit for the 2026 year, we see that it appeared that we can expect an operating deficit of only $13,000. And so I have to say that looking at numbers presented in this way, we don't trust the numbers. And I think it's fair that the community should expect to see realistic costs expressed in the budgeting process. Otherwise, how can we have a conversation about what the value to the community is of a given program? No one questions that there is value to this program and using transit as an example, but how can we make intelligent decisions if we don't really understand what the cost to the community is? I'll also take a look at the new urban design and standards. Here we have a bunch of presentations and the cost to the tax base is only $440,000. And there it is. And we accept that that's the way the math works. We also see rental revenue of $577,000 a year, and we see transfers in and out of reserves for that program. So again, we wonder is $440,000 a truly realistic estimate of the cost. So I know that included in the is things like housing rental for housing, rental for housing that the municipality owns, and for example, car shopping. And I think there is some permitting amounts in there, and I'm not really sure what they are. But I feel very certain that certain amounts of that, and unknown amounts at this point, but some substantial amount of that income was pre-existing. That income and not really is not new income associated with a new service area. And I'm really concerned that there again, we're seeing an understatement of what that realistically costs to the community. Transfers in out of reserves is problematic. Here we see $320,000 transferred from reserves into the program, $143,000 transferred out of reserves. And if you do the math on that and talk about the reserves only, and we have a total number that reserves represent the savings for the community. So if we're taking money out of the savings accounts of the community, which accounts have been funded by tax dollars, then it realistically should not be seen as revenue or income. Yet that is how it is being positioned. Making that small adjustment alone, design standards, it should be showing a deficit for the year like $600,000. And I'm still concerned about the amounts shown in the rental revenue line. So it appears that the actual cost of operating this department or operating center has been understated, and we're really concerned about that. And then I want to talk about that cost relative to what we used to pay for planning. Canada Planning Development Requisition in 2024 was $230,000 forgiven, as I said, over these past 30 years. We have been in this town for in excess of 20 years with Arts Canada doing our planning and development work. We have paid, even in today's dollars, $230,000 for that work. And I'm contrasting that with the number that I see as being at least $600,000 already. We haven't even acquired planning and development authority yet. And I'm going to say that where I did see questions asked by council about what is the expectation with respect to the cost of this department moving into the future, I have to say it is very clear that we simply don't know, and we don't even have projections of that. And this is my final slide. To go back 1 year, and the budget amount for urban planning designs for 2026 was, I think that says $230,000. So somehow in that year, we've gone from an expectation of a net deficit of $230,000. And we're now facing a deficit that is stated to be of $440,000, but I think they're going to be a little bit over. It isn't right for $600,000. We're really worried about that go through the community. So I've deliberately focused on 2 departments here only, because they're 2 of our newer service areas. I think it's absolutely critical to have conversations with the community that do, in a realistic and fair way, face the cost and understand the cost of those services to the community. And we're not really sure that's the case. So hoping that I'm inside of the excuse me. Sorry, Canada is facing a financial crisis. It's characterized by sharply rising costs, excess debt, restricted revenues, and increased costs in the commercial sector due to fire are limiting our ability to pay. And looking at the disproportionate share of the municipal service that is covered by businesses, I think that concern is realistic and worrisome. We have no ability to grow the commercial assessment base in this community. We will see some incremental growth over time, and personally, we're going to see a little bit of growth in the rebuild because in this rebuild, we're going to see the construction of the last remaining commercial solar space allocation. But after that, unless something really substantial changes in Ottawa, the ability to grow the commercial tax base. Meanwhile, there is a lot of conversation about densification, and we support that. But let's understand that as we grow the residential assessment base, the residential assessment base is not a net contributor to the community from a financial standpoint. It's actually the other way around. We need to face those issues and understand how we're going to deal with that. Furthermore, again, residential development that we're 1 year experience in town, we are going to see more restricted equity development, and that's a good thing. That helps people to find a way to live up their plate. We're not reflecting the service demand of the residential growth within our tax system. We're very concerned about that. Growth in municipal service areas has to remain proportional to the community's ability to pay. Growth has outpaced inflation for years. The first consideration should be when talking about budget growth and the community afford. We talk about this community needs. When we afford, and then we should talk about what we need. Jasper has become overly reliant on the commercial sector to shoulder the financial burden of municipal services and infrastructure. 5.0 mill rate is the maximum allowed under the law in Alberta. Beyond that, we see no rationale having been provided for why that is actually the mill rate ratio that we use now. It seems that we use it because that's the maximum allowed. We've rarely seen meaningful debate at council with respect to distribution of the tax rate position. Typically, there's been no discussion whatsoever on this issue until the tax rate bylaw is presented. And the tax rate bylaw is typically presented kind of on an 11th-hour basis where it needs to be passed so that we can send out tax notices. We typically don't see that bylaw in draft form until a couple of weeks before that needs to be passed. So there's been no meaningful opportunity for discussion and debate now. I do appreciate, and we're very happy to see that in August, committee has been directing the administration to come back with to begin a discussion of a policy level review of how we're going to determine the mill rate ratios and how we're going to distribute the tax burden in the future. And we're really happy to see that, and I think that's a really important conversation, and that we should begin as soon as we can here, and one that we would like to be involved in helping. We need a productive discussion about how we distribute costs within the community. The lack of transparency in budget reporting obscures the real cost of services to the community. This is not a deliberate effort on anyone's part, and I don't mean to suggest that. I do understand that everybody in this room, everyone at the organization wants what's best for the community. But we do need to see transparent and accountability. We need to face up front what some of these costs are, what they look like, and what these services cost the community so that we can make informed decisions. The inclusion transfers to and reserves within service area budget is confusing. And I think I've shown it can obscure the real cost of those services to the community. Reallocation of income between departments and service areas is not transparent accounting. It has not passed that semester. Reallocation of income between operating centers without a proper and systematic and rational basis that reflects the true activity of those operating centers is actually a violation of core accounting principles. It is operated to expense income funding to another different operating center. Imagine if we took the income from, let's say, a hockey tournament and said, let's call that income for road repair. Be realistic.
But I would ask you to summarize. You asked for 20 minutes, we now have 23 minutes. Adjusting for the delay. I think if you summarize in a minute or so.
Transparency is directly linked to accountability. Without transparent reporting, accountability is not effective. position to be accountable for his decisions. New costly services like transit and urban design and standards are stressing our limited resources. We have a number of recommendations. We budgeted of those service areas. The second recommendation is not be in a rush to pass this budget. There is time. And the budget is scheduled to be addressed and potentially passed next week. There's not a problem with passing an interim budget and taking a little longer, particularly with councillors being new to the position and redressing the budget after the holiday. Reduce year-over-year increase by half. I appreciate a motion was made and did not pass. Weeks ago for a 2% increase. We think that the 10% increase should be decreased by half in years. We need to begin now to get in the upward trajectory of our budgeting year over year. Recommendation 3, re-examine the transfer of planning and development responsibilities to the municipality. We don't think the case has been made to the community. A transfer is in the best interest of the community. We're very careful. Very expensive. Very costly to the community. There are two aspects. I think we're not convinced the community is fully in favor of that, and we don't think that question is really asked. The final recommendation is to proceed with developing a policy-level approach to distribution of municipal services and infrastructure costs between segments of the community. First and foremost, we not exclusively how we determine mill rates. We think we should be thinking about mill rates in relation to the distribution of services within. And that can lead us to an intelligent conversation of distributions to the cost per unit within the community. And do this in an open, consultative manner, and it's something that we, the Chamber of Commerce, hope to be involved in. So I have to skip over my closing comments. It will say this. Council received presentations for something like 14 hours from its own administration. And within the budget development process, there is actually no specific area for the public to engage and talk about budget. We thought today it was reasonable to have an expectation for time being agreement, and so I appreciate that as we do. But where I am now understanding that we see as a standard treatment of delegation to talk about these same consequential decisions where council makes it in a year. I'd actually like to suggest that council give consideration in the future, making sure that there is adequate time for public and stakeholder presentations of budget before proceeding. And if there's some adjustment to policy to make that possible, I think that consideration should be given. So that being said, thank you very much for your indulgence in allowing me to have 20 minutes today, and I'm certainly open to questions if there are any. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Maybe a little more than 20 minutes, but in the process, we're going to hear all the commentary and recommendations. I will look to councillors who may have questions for Mr. Butler based on the presentation that we received.
You too, Ms. Schreiber, thank you for the presentation of the graphs in particular. The visual representation is always helpful, so I appreciate that. And I recognize as well that although time may have been more limited than we were expecting, we do always invite members of the public here and appreciate that this is an opportunity to engage with the public about the budget and other matters as they choose. If we can increase that, I hear your plea, and I agree with you that this sort of exchange is really helpful. I wanted to start with one point in particular, and I just want to understand your position, your statement with respect to the way the documents are presented. And I'm not sure that I heard you correctly, but I thought that I heard you say that they're presented in some way contrary to generally accepted accounting principles, and our numbers are audited, or books are audited, and they pass the audit. And I am very concerned if we leave here with the suggestion that administration is failing to follow generally accepted accounting principles. I can appreciate that there might be a different way to present them that would bring more comfort to you and your organization, but I don't want to leave here with the suggestion that our administration has improperly prepared financial records of the nation.
So I'm happy to clarify that, and in fact, as you speak to me, I realized that I rushed to read all my notes, see what I and make sure that I all my notes in what I understand is a little bit of it. So we certainly understand that these financial statements are audited and absolutely proceed according to generally accepted accounting procedures. So maybe I misspoke and I in fact reference the principles as I had the survival. Because I do know that our financial statements are audited, and I would actually say that one of the concerns that we have is that the way the budget is doesn't really correlate to the way our financial statements are formatted. And two of that is understand. First, we need to see different sorts of detail in the budget documents. And so I think it would be safer if we deal specifically with the concern that we have, which is that the in and out transfer of funds with respect to reserves seems to obscure the real cost of an operating center. And the reallocation of income one department to another is obscuring. It doesn't leave us in a position where we really understand the true operating cost of a service area. And I think I illustrated that. I ask you to agree that it's obscuring, but it's certainly our view. It starts with looking at a budget document for the parking program, which ascribes a far higher cost to collecting those incomes than is actually there. And then I see that leads to confusion in departments that income is allocated to. And I do think it is incorrect to take income out of one operating center and move it over to another operating center so that the cost of the second operating center appears to be understated. I just had this year's transit budget. It shows a $13,000 deficit, and that just can't be right. Okay. Just to have the numbers, you just have to get the professionalism of the staff that I have absolutely knowledge and forgiving for having been more clear about that. I appreciate that. I had a specific question. You spoke about the legislative services budget and $1.8 million, and that doesn't appear to be a slide that you presented. Or is that part of this under the operations budget that you were referencing? I just trying to follow here.
your presentation, and I don't see in the slides.
I'm sorry, now I don't have it. So, to be clear, what I was referencing is the income which sits inside the legislative. And I think that number is now 1.8, and I know it's changed. So that is the specific number that I'm talking about. And then I see an offsetting expense amount of whatever on something. And this is where I feel that the lack of clarity begins. And that is the only reason I brought up the legislative services budget.
All right, thank you for that. And last matter that I will mention is not so much a question, but an observation here. You spoke about relative assessment levels, and there was a time when residential and non-residential were very closely equal. In fact, a couple of years ago, I recall we hit a threshold of a total assessment of $2 billion, and it was $1 billion each. But I do see that there's no room for non-residential assessment growth. It is true that there is a commercial path, and that doesn't appear to be changing, but the assessment is not based on physicality and physical growth. Non-residential assessment, for the most part, is based on income. And so we have seen fluctuations in assessment particularly over the last 5 years in the non-residential sector, because income has fluctuated so much. So there is room for both increase and decrease in the non-residential assessment, regardless of the commercial capital. That's one of the realities that we face in a rather volatile tourism market, based on all the extraneous things we've seen in the last number of years. So I just point that out that it's not directly linked to physical growth.
Yeah, I can see that point. You're absolutely right. And I'm not aware that as early as a few years ago that we saw a more regularized system. I mean, my school said there's no room for growth in the assessment itself. Of course, the assessment grows as income grows, and we are seeing that happen. There's no doubt. But as we all know, we can actually not grow sort of space for anything else, and that is of concern. And I think my whole where we are looking to see considerable residential growth. That is going to based on community services and infrastructure, and we are concerned about how that is looking in the future.
Thank you for that.
Survivors and Councillor, and these numbers are about information. I do know over the years there's always been a discussion about the racial and I know that's I think the state of our values are change substantially higher. So case goes up the residential sector already to 7 first based on the value level. That's what happened with the system. Whereas in this sector, you can raise your prices, you do to get on your services. A very general census is a concern that I would have going forward, and for anyone just say that you agree that may be problematic. And I follow your reason, but it's what they, the question would be in simplest terms, is like the one traditional, it's problematic. Business. Do. Yeah, so it's on that equation. So. Join that I do think every year some decision, but I have never seen really meeting a table exciting over a period of time and discussing what is the rationalization or the reason behind that one ratio. And we think that actually starting with conversation of what's the right ratio should be the end of the conversation and not the beginning of the conversation. We think we should be looking at how our services distributed around the community. What is the relative size of the differential tax assessment base in any given year? Because it occurs, I concur with Mayor Ireland, where he said, that what is now a 40-60 ratio differs every year. And as that ratio differs, should we not be reflecting that in the ratio is? Should we not be looking at how our services and infrastructure of the community distributed around the community? Because I have heard it mentioned on a number of cases, as I said, that about 30% of our services are visitor facing. Well, if that's the case, and if we accept that, let's have that kind of conversation and move from there to understanding what the appropriate ratio is. Because if we always just sit at 5.1, we maximum under the law, it doesn't really look like we're having a full conversation about it. So when asked, well, what would be the ratio that we would we'd like to see something more like what you see in Ireland, it's often 2-to-1, sometimes 1-to-1. But I think we understand each of that is actually that's I think there's need for a policy level conversation that looks well into the future. So we can say, where do we think the money will be in 10 years? And who is paying what within it? What are the various sectors of the community? Because simply getting part of the equation, I think is also unrealistic. There are some classes, residential side. Yes. Unfortunately, a limitation. We can look at some classes on the commercial side, but not all residential development is the same with respect to how taxes are paid, and not all commercial rating should necessarily be seen as the same. And there is cost and there is hardship to focus on, particularly on some of the businesses, particularly in light of the fire. And I think I was going to have a whole discussion that I should end with a ratio. So I'm not prepared to say, well, I think it should be 4 or it should be 2 to 1. Well, I do check out for sure, right? I think that to be fair, I think there are opportunities where this sort of thing. But we've got a lot of things that are going to change here in terms of our ability density is going to play into that. I agree with you that a more discussion about that is definitely something that we should have, and we will have here. I just hate to make any decisions about having relationship being considered for a long time, and here so we seem to discuss the equation in commercial and residential. It's obviously a sensitive topic, and I don't think anyone in this council is would want our businesses to do well. We need our businesses to do well. We also need our residents to do the same thing. Also, one of the last things we are asking for is major decision. We are drawing attention to the motion made in August, which actually directly to Oregon, the exact opposite of that, along and
consider conversation. Probably, would probably take longer. Yeah, there's a passing of the tax rate bylaw that, so it would be a long discussion and it is needed. And so we're certainly not asking or expecting that we're gonna go away from this meeting or any future meeting with, a different organization.
Yeah, I apologize, that was a comment to myself.
Thank you. I would like to recognize that we have Councillor Roger has joined the meeting. Welcome. I don't know if you just joined or if you've been listening for a bit. I'm going to ask you an opportunity, Councillor Roger, do you wish to ask any questions at this point?
No, I don't. The sound is very bad. I don't understand why, but I can barely understand the conversation, but I'll listen for a while. I have about an hour, so I can do that.
Thank you, Councillor Roger. Councillors.
I guess, that's the whole I have for that long, but this is the kind of thing that I'm looking to rectify, and the fact that like I feel a lot of tension and it's like it shouldn't be like that. It's I do want to discuss all this stuff with everybody, and it's like I try to reach out, and it's like I talk to business people and they give me concerns, and then I talk to the administration and they give me concerns, and the council, and everybody's really sensible. And I think we just like try to work together, and like Paul said, like we need more time to get together to talk about this stuff, and everybody express their views to us, because we're a little bit on the defensive and offensive when the administration is worried, but it shouldn't be like that. Like what do you guys want, and how much money should we spend? It's like everybody kind of wants to think if we try really hard and save more money, and maybe the administration is thinking, well, let's make the budget like this so we have enough or whatever. But I agree that we should get together somehow. Once again, I don't have experience to know how we do that, but just have a conversation like this. But envision that we're all discussing this sitting around a campfire, and it's like nobody's hostile or anything. So if that's possible, please, I ask all of you, like let's try to make this work and see what everybody wants. And I don't think that we're that far apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The councillors. Councillor Watson.
I can through you. I wanted to just make the comment around the thought that the community development department may be primarily resident-facing service, but and I did that, but did I understand it correctly that that's what you thought? And I guess my thought is absolutely is very important to that provides service to the residents. But if I recall, when the arena wasn't available a couple of years ago due to the renovation, that the business community had great concerns. So I do want to acknowledge that the Community Development Department does in fact provide very important services around the arena, the activity center, and the aquatic center that have value to the business community and relevance to the residents. Thank you.
And that's a fair point. Thank you.
question for any case for PTA. Situation around that's supposed to have public transit for 2000.
Sir, so, well, necessarily got the whole budget information here, and happy to answer any questions. I'll give you off the cuff, so that we can portion that. Because believe the fact that last year, the municipality collected enough money to start to make the venture payments on the transit facility, but discuss 4 years, or 5 years of venture payments to pay for that facility, the municipality's portion of it. We collected money to make that payment last year. Didn't make any payments last year because we didn't actually sort of secure the implications until this year. So in 2025, we have some money that we're carrying forward. So rather than collecting new money in 2026, so we just basically forward the money from this year. So that's a portion of the picture.
Ready with increasing. That we like that's my question. Keep it on, but if I see certain technology investment.
So that's one of the expenses, so one of the items that would show up in the municipalities to increase debt over the time period shown here is the utility servicing. So the housing sites along Drive. The council previous to the last one initiated that project. And those costs are actually supported by, in part by local improvement levies that were actually assessed directly to those individual properties. So the individual taxpayers, of course, Canada, the federal government are the owners, leaseholders on some of those properties. They pay about $80,000 a year between those individual parcels of the venture payments. And then the balance is actually supported through utility rates. So there's a bit of a challenge in the framing of the municipality's annual payments on the ventures of those presented in this presentation of the $2.8 million, $2.84 million, framing that as directly as a part of that tax requisition. Because the payments on those debentures are actually covered, as I said, in part by local improvement levies. There's about $1.1 million a year debenture payments, so mortgage payments, that are covered in the utility side of the budget, which is fully funded by utility revenues. So it is not, it's explicitly not tax support. I appreciate that people that pay for utility bills are sometimes, but not always, also taxpayers. So out of that 2.84 million, about 1.1 million is utility supported. About 80,000 is supported by taxes, but paid for by individuals benefiting properties, some of which for the federal government. And then there is a cross subsidy that council directed, the last council directed of $565,000 payments towards mortgage costs, debentures, to support the activity center renovation that happened over the course of last term. So the last council was aware and directed that some paid parking revenue should be used to offset the mortgage costs on activity center renovation. So altogether, those three different sources of are covering $1.67 million of debenture payments in 2026.
Being transferred from one department to another. Start with that. Jumping revenues from one department to another is representing that. The gallery and my hospitality runs. In the division, we offer free breakfast. Beverage division. Supply that breakfast. And often what will happen in private industry is either the cost of that breakfast, the retail value of that breakfast, it's transferred over to the department that's collecting the revenue. It's not an uncommon practice so that each department can fairly represent its true operating cost. And so I have a bit of a challenge with the comment that we're misrepresenting something. We transfer revenue from one department to another so that we can truly reflect the operating cost within each department. And like others, you might not hear that. Shall we?
It's not transit. It's parking. That is where the issue lies. And I think it's fair to point out that in a similar case, which I was not aware of, where parking income is sort of taken and reallocated to service a debenture with respect to the activity center. Well, of course, the money goes there. It is not well to take $600,000 from parking and say, well, we're using that to service this debt, and therefore part of the debt is not tax supported. It is in the end. It's all there. Receiving elsewhere, well, then obviously that is planted finally with tax. So using parking income as example as a way of stating that, well, the tax service area is less. It is not really realistic. I think the community understands and expects that we are increasing parking income in order to decrease the tax requisition. So it is the same again. It is all taxpayers' money. It is sourced from taxes or from. It's a different story if we're talking about an external grant, for example, to support a program. So that is then money coming from elsewhere. And I think in that case, it's fair to attribute that income to the department or the service area that it's supporting. So obviously, in the end, there's one top line and one bottom line, but we do feel we discussed with the organization that the reallocation of incomes from one service center to another is obscures some of those service costs. We do feel that's the case. Notwithstanding the example that you raised may not be in a direct business.
I love the project. The revenue be quite substantial. And when that additional revenue comes in, it's revenue to the municipality. You agree? And then the municipality can choose what service sectors that additional revenue could be used for to offset expenses. You need to look for additional revenue sources in the municipality with 3 different parking. 7 billion budget. Those additional revenues are used to offset expenses in other areas. That is basically what is happening.
They're used to offset expenses. Offsetting expenses is different from showing that as income in that operating center. Of course, we understand, to use those examples, it translates a $425,000 annual operating deficit, which is the amount we came through looking at the numbers given. And that net operating deficit will be offset by income in the community, where we're showing that offsetting amount as income attributed to that program area. Showing a deficit and we never deficit the community. So there is a difference between showing it as income and a different operating center. I have understanding the other is offsetting the net operating deficit of that operating center.
Thank you, appreciate that. So there's opportunities or questions for Mr. Butler, further questions. Being done. Thank you. Appreciate it. Conversation. Appreciate the opportunity for others to ask questions. And, okay. Invite like a quick summation of a moment or two.
I was not with this only. I responded to Councillor Collins concern of attention and acknowledge that I have felt anything but relaxed, and I am likely rejecting a certain amount of attention here, and I apologize. I hope it is not hostility because that word was used, and I don't in any way feel that. Why am I tense and uncomfortable? I have very strong positive relationships with everybody in this room. As I recently reached out to ask some questions so I can understand the numbers. My questions are answered immediately upfront and truthfully. I do absolutely appreciate the work that is done by administration, and I do have ongoing working relationships with members of the senior members of administration, and I value that. And I do not at all question anyone's motivations. It is difficult to system and my office out of defense or I have to apologize for that. There is no room for hostility, and I just want to acknowledge that you have relationships, and my questions are always answered clearly. So, that being said, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, and if I may just, on behalf of council, express our appreciation that we have a relationship with the Jasper Chamber of Commerce, with other groups in the community, and we need to foster an open environment. People can councillors can approach council, approach administration, find answers. So thank you.
We all agree about it, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We have another individual who would like to appear, present to us. I'm going to ask Gilly Thomas to come to our phone. If you would get the Any discussion on the motion? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And I'm looking to this, it appears that it is 7 in favor. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Thomas, please proceed.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for giving me 3 minutes of your time. I sent in a letter, 13-point letter. I hope you've had an opportunity to read it. I did want to highlight a couple of points before you go away on Christmas from that letter. And one of them's on the agenda. One of them isn't. It's actually a little bit of an add-on to what Paul was talking about. Because when I went around and talked to people about their concerns and their creative solutions about being Jasper residents and business people in Jasper, what I heard was a concern of the debt, concern of the tax base, and also thoughts about how Jasper really has a lot of municipal employees. And the thought was the municipal employees are there because we have a tourist town. So we have more employees, partly for the municipality, because we service more than just the residents of Jasper. So I know that, there's probably lots of reasons that the taxes are the way they are and everything works the way it does. However, I don't understand why we don't tax tourists. I know that we can, and I know that there is some businesses that tax, and that money goes towards getting more tourists to come to town, and that's a benefit. However, the residents and the businesses do pay for all of the infrastructure that is available for residents and for tourists. So there was a couple of different solutions for that. One of which is to share that tourist tax with the municipality. So I think it's 4% that businesses can allot to rooms and meals if they choose to opt into it. The municipality could perhaps ask all businesses to opt in and to have a conversation with Tourism Jasper about splitting that. I don't know if it's legal. If it's not, we do have special resort town status, so I don't know why it wouldn't be. Those are my questions, and they're also questions that other people had when I was chatting with them. So I did want to mention that because I thought it was kind of interesting. Blah, blah, blah. And we also really appreciate, Jasper's exceptional in what we have here. If you live in other small towns, you don't have what Jasper has. And so the residents benefit from it hugely, but also the tourists do too. So just that point. The other thing I did want to mention is that you have a letter in front of you from the Anglican and United churches. And I have been attending some of those meetings. That's potentially going to add a load to the municipality. However, it could be a really good opportunity for the municipality. What I'm specifically here to talk to you about, though, is those stones that are still standing at the Anglican Church. Well, they have been assessed and they are structurally sound. So it would be possible to build that heritage building back again. That's a possibility. There's been some discussion about why that would be good and why it wouldn't be good in the congregations. My personal feeling is I think it would be a wonderful.
the election, as you are well aware, is focused on additional revenue sources for our community because, as Mr. Butler indicated earlier, 30% of our municipal expenditures go to visitor-facing services and infrastructure. It is a huge drain. And yet we have only properties within the municipality to tax. So again, I appreciate the statement, but we do not, from my perspective, have the ability to tax visitors in the additional year. Appreciate your guidance.
This is me here. It's kind of all in for discussion earlier. I've been working on, I don't even know where I stand on the whole thing, but well, that's anybody that's viewing or here know what we're thinking, and it's the user fee. They go to the campsite, pay another $80. We don't see any of that money. It's I really like to see in the snow as a some with the and church and the arts, and I was talking to Glenn like Cornforth the other night, and I believe the food recovery and the food bank is very important services in Jasper, like more so than anything. So if we can have a space to have that as well, I'm also thinking we could look into private donors and corporate donors to subsidize that cost as well. But it's in the infancy stages, so let's get together, work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Can I just say that whenever somebody talks about charging for bathrooms, I think about when I was pregnant and go, oh no, don't do that. But anyway, yes, it is a cost. And it would be good to get creative about different ways to get some payment on services. Bath charges $7 an hour for parking. Just saying, throwing it at them.
Thank you, Councillor Rochette.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik, and through you to Ms. Thomas. I would also like to thank you for running for council. As Mayor Aaron has said, it's always great to have new members of our community to participate in this exercise. So thank you for that. I just have a bit of a comment about the amount of municipal employees that we have, and I think that coupled with the amount of people and visitors we get here every year, and the level of services that we provide, make our town presentable and efficient for all of our residents is much different than a community of 5,000 people. We're clearly a lot, 5,000 people. We're as high as 25, 30,000 people every day of the year, and it takes a staff to run that. So I also heard those conversations and those discussions. But sitting with this side of the conversation, I can see why. And also, I just like to make just an observation on the potential amalgamation of the properties with the Anglican and United Churches. I think that's a fabulous potential going forward. I don't know about the arrangements that would have to be taken place to make those two organizations into, I suppose, one. But the potential is huge. It could address the seniors' needs going forward in a real tangible way, I believe, with the proper structure that would accommodate living, services that seniors need in the building, the arts, of course. I think there's great potential there. I don't know where the two organizations fall in terms of what either side thinks would be the idea. And certainly the amalgamation of a historical building with a new structure would be fabulous. You see it in many communities around the world where they salvage a remnant and they amalgamate it into the new facility. I think that'd be marvelous given the level of cachet that building has had over the years. The Queen has been there. I mean, every Prime Minister, I'm sure. So I would love to see something like that going forward, and I hope the conversation picks up steam and we can see some headway down the road in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to Ms. Thomas. I just wanted to get some clarity on the comment. I think I heard you said that we have special resort town status, and I just wondered what about that.
Yeah, I wondered about that too when I was looking into it. So, sorry. I was wondering about that too when I was looking into it, because it looks like British Columbia has different special resort town status. Alberta's trying to do that, but my understanding is that Jasper, Banff, and one other community has it, but not special resort town. It's called something different. No, we're not there yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we had clarity in the room around.
That'd be a good thing to try to get.
Councillor Concert.
I just like to acknowledge the amount of time I've been spending with Mayor Richard Ireland. He's been working very hard to get those kind of things and stuff that I never knew before I was on council, but watching him work, he's very, very interested in that stuff. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Thomas, for coming today. And just for your clarification, Banff actually charges $9 an hour for paid parking.
It's gone up.
And I'll offer the same. Last opportunity for a moment to summarize, if you'd like, Ms. Thomas.
I think the vision is to rebuild the historical structure and not integrate it into a new structure and have it as maybe a piece and then a new structure. One of the things, not summarizing, but another thing that you guys need to consider is that lease agreements are for specific uses of the lands. And so that needs to be clarified, and I'm not sure about parks. So just things to consider. Thank you, Mayor Ireland, for all that you do in terms of getting Jasper moving ahead, and Council for your time and all your efforts. I really appreciate it. It's a lot.
Thank you for your presentation, and I believe that is there are no other individuals in the gallery to use this opportunity where individuals can present to council. We've been generous today with time, and that's a good thing. I am going to call a recess. It is now 12 minutes after 11, and I'm going to call a recess till, if everyone's good, till 20 after 11, and that will give us a chance for our next presenter to be available on Zoom. Thank you, everyone. We are reconvening the meeting. We're at item 6, and that is correspondence 6.1, Anglican and United Churches. And we have a person on Zoom who is going to present, Sherry Shorten from SAS Architecture, and we're just waiting for her to accept to become a panelist so that she can be part of the presentation via Zoom.
She may or may not rise.
Hello?
Sherry Shorten, we can hear you, we just can't see you.
Okay, yeah, I don't have a camera on my desktop. I'm here listening to your meeting, and I was asked to participate just to listen in for Anna Bubel. And then I heard you guys call my name and say that I had a presentation. But I can speak a bit to this item on your agenda because we've been retained to work on the project. So I can speak to the work that we have done.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so our firm is engaged with Anna Babel, who's an affordable housing consultant, and Anna's working with the diocese. And they brought our firm in to provide some visualization design work of the site, which is a pre-design exercise. So it's very conceptual work that we're doing. We attended 2 workshops. Our firm did, but there was workshops with Anna prior to our involvement. And during the first workshop, we did stakeholder feedback, and the organizations invited many participants from the community. As many as could participate were there. And we got really extensive feedback in that session. And so from that workshop, called that workshop 2, we went back and we started to put down on paper what these ideas that we heard in the meetings were. So we came back to Jasper. Cynthia Dovell is a registered architect, and she met with the same group and whoever was attending, and we discussed 3 concepts of really, this is functional programming, and it's what the people saw as being the necessities, the wishes, and the desires of the site. And so the 2 concepts, there's 3 concepts, and 2 of them were the same, but they looked at separating the site and maintaining one site for interfaith, multi-purpose type facility, as well as many of the functions that were at the site. So leasehold, the commercial kitchen, those sorts of ideas. So we planned this out into 2 different concepts, how you could plan that out on the sites. And then we did another concept that was to amalgamate the sites and create a bigger development that would be a very multi-use site. So it would be really the uses that are already defined for the land were really the uses that would be put back. And there was a meeting to discuss that. I don't think any conclusions have come from this except for the significance of the partnerships and people and still making decisions about what's best for the land. So that's as far as I can comment.
Thank you for the presentation. Ms. Shorten, I'm going to look to councillors if there are any questions for you. we also have the correspondence in front of us as well. I'm gonna look to Mr. Given, for comment as well.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Malnick. Yeah, administration can speak to this correspondence a little bit as well. Our team has been supporting the congregations in some of their discussion. I want to recognize Director Sanders from the Urban Design Standards Department, and we have Peltier from our Housing Department, who've both been attending the congregations meetings with their consultants as a resource and to be able to sort of provide some input on technical matters. I attended the most recent meeting, or a meeting recently, but maybe there's been one since, but I attended a meeting recently as well. Because it appeared that there were some more fundamental questions about what role the municipality might be able to play, that were not sort of technical in nature. And so, in consult, I invited the congregations to send correspondence to council if they wish to explore any partnerships with the municipality. We let them know that administration can't make any sort of fundamental commitments to a partnership. We can act as a resource and a sounding board, but ultimately, if the congregations felt that they wanted to explore the opportunity to work together with the municipality being involved, that direction would have to come from council to administration to work with the congregations at that level. And so the result here is, as you can see, the congregations have said that they would like to extend that invitation or inquire whether the municipality is interested. And they've asked their consultants to write this letter on their behalf. So this, I think, can be characterized as correspondence from the two congregations, inviting a discussion of whether or not the municipality might be interested in partnering with them on the future of the former church lands. I don't think that although the groups were discussing different development concepts, I think this is an even more fundamental discussion about who is involved in the future of that site, and the churches are asking whether the municipality would like to be a part of that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillors, questions at all? Mayor Island?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malnick. Through you to our guest, Ms. Shorten. I am interested to know whether there has been any outreach to the other adjoining adjoining lands, specifically the Evergreens Foundation, and whether there are any opportunities for partnership with that entity as it also looks to rebuild housing units on the adjoining property.
I'm not specifically involved in the organization of the stakeholders, but it is my understanding that Evergreen is part of this work, it's discussed that there is potential partnerships, and they're noted in the correspondence. I myself haven't spoken to them.
All right, thank you for that.
Other councillors? Councillor Waxer?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to CAO Gibbon. So am I understanding that that all they're asking is, would we be like to be part of the conversation as to what is moving forward, so that if we were to make a motion, that all we would be committing to at this point would be to be involved in the discussions for potential use of that land?
Deputy Mayor Malnick for Councillor Waxer. Yes, that's essentially it. I think that there's really, this is the first time that this request has hit the council table. So council might have some reasonable questions about, well, what are the different types of roles the municipality could play? And, what if the municipality is going to play a more direct role? What are the sort of flavors of that? And what is sort of what commitments might come along with that? we don't have any of that information at the table here today. And we certainly wouldn't want to speculate. I think this is the type of issue where if council has any interest in exploring what's possible, then you would probably send it to administration. We would take some time to build a report that would cover a little bit of the background and history, and present council with sort of a spectrum of involvement. Like the municipality's involvement could run on the one hand, we're simply a regulator, as we are to the same extent of any other development that happens in Jasper. We have some rules, and people who do stuff on that land have to follow our rules and our rules. That's one level of involvement, which is very hands-off. And if I was to, and then it could increase from there. And so administration would probably bring a report back that would highlight what that spectrum of involvement could look like, and any potential sort of implications for the municipality along that spectrum. And then council could be making an informed decision about where on that range of possibilities you might like to participate. Again, participation doesn't necessarily mean a commitment to doing something specific, but says our level of partnership is probably best at this point, and then administration and the churches would understand what level of partnership council is endorsing, not necessarily this specific project, right? Because a project would come out of a partnership, potentially.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Are there any other questions for Ms. Shorten? Not seeing any. There are two things. First of all, thank you for presenting. We have the letter in front of us. And secondly, I think we'll be looking for a motion to receive the correspondence for information. Mayor Island?
I am happy to make that motion with an add-on. My motion would be that committee receive the correspondence for information, and that committee direct administration to work with Another Way Consulting and with the Anglican and United Church congregations to investigate whether, and if so, what opportunities may exist for partnerships regarding the redevelopment of lands held by the Anglican and United Churches of Jasper, and report back to council at a future committee of the whole meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to look to councillors regarding that. Any questions on the motion? Administration, I believe, is clear on the motion. Any debate? Seeing no hands, I will call them for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. And Ms. Shorten, thank you very much for bearing with us and presenting to council today.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Okay, so just for clarity, the vote was unanimous and it was 6 councillors. Councillor Roger is not on Zoom, and so we did pass that unanimously with 6 individuals, 6 councillors, which brings us now to new business. And item 7.1, the Provincial Electoral Boundaries Commission. And I'll call on Mayor Island for his verbal presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and I apologize that I wasn't able to get something written in time for the agenda, but I have shared an email with councillors, and just to be concise about it, the Electoral Boundaries Commission released a report last month proposing changes to the boundaries of electoral districts in Alberta to be made prior to the next provincial election. One of those proposed changes affects Jasper, and it would take Jasper out of its current riding, which is West Yellowhead, and move it to be aligned with a north-south aspect, including communities of Canmore and Banff, with a proposal that the new district be called Banff Jasper. I have taken the opportunity to speak to our MLA, Minister Long, about his views on it. His desire is that Jasper remain in the riding which he represents, West Yellowhead. I can well understand that. Who in the world would ever want to give up Jasper? On the other hand, I have spoken and received correspondence from Mayor Crossert in Canmore, and I've spoken to Mayor Domano in Banff, both of whom would be happy to have Jasper as another community within their riding. Mayor Crossett has taken a request for decision to council in Canmore to make a submission to the Boundary Commission hearings, essentially accepting the redistricting, but changing the name from Banff Jasper to Canmore Banff Jasper, recognizing that Canmore will be the largest population center in the new riding if it goes ahead, but otherwise content with the redistricting. We need do nothing, but there is a time limit for written submissions, which comes at the end of next week. December 19th is the last day. So if council wish to make a written submission, we have limited time to do so. So I brought it forward only that we would all be aware that a time limit is approaching. As I say, it is for information if council is interested in making a recommendation that can be voted on next week when we sit as regular council. This would be the appropriate time to do that. But for the time being, it is information. We can decide what we want to do.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. My question to Mayor Ireland, are we individually needing to write letters of support, or as a council or as a municipality?
Certainly, any member of the proposed or existing constituency can speak for themselves. I brought it forward. Council wants to take the position. That does not limit what individual councillors might do as citizens. Every citizen is entitled to engage as they wish. But if we want to make a formal presentation, then we need a motion.
Other councillors? Seeing no other questions? With Mayor Ireland, would you suggest that a motion to direct the mayor to represent? Like right now, we don't have a position that we wish to move forward on unless you have a specific path in mind.
I have brought forward the facts at my disposal. If council chooses not to make a motion, I'm fine with that. I'm not suggesting a motion because a motion would have to direct us to do something. We need not do anything. But I don't want this to come up a week from now saying we've missed our opportunity. So I am at the discretion of council. If council wishes the mayor to make a submission, either in favor or opposed. I can do that. And if there is no motion, then we will just remain silent and see which way it goes. And that is, of course, subject to individual councillors engaging as they wish.
Thank you. Councillor Percent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Alec, through you to Mayor Ireland. So just to be clear, if we don't say anything, then we will be, the redistricting will be done in our absence, or is this something that we will discuss further at the regular meeting to present a written submission to agree or disagree?
I cannot say that the redistricting will be done. If we say nothing, something will happen in the absence of our voice. But the whole process now is to review what has been proposed. And the reason for that is many voices will speak. Across the province, there are many voices that have spoken already. There is concern particularly through the north and rural ridings which will disappear, and that has people concerned. So I don't know what the outcome may be. It's just that our opportunity for a written submission will come to an end at the end of next week. Whether our voice will make any difference, I have no way to tell you what will be the outcome. Whether we speak or not, I don't have any idea how that's going to play out. But I do know that if we wish to make a written submission, we have until December 19th to do so.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. We would be directing you to write a letter in support of this particular new provincial electoral boundary, or the entire reconfiguration of the whole province. I know there's a lot of changes in there as well. I do personally support this particular new provincial electoral boundary. I think we're much more aligned with Canmore now, like Louise, the area that we share with them. Especially now being municipalities within national parks, and we share a lot of the same challenges. And with Canmore, we share just the visitor-based economy that we have. But could it be just that one? I can't speak for other electoral boundaries. I don't know their challenges and what they face, but I do know that there are other. You know, I tune into the legislature usually every day, and I know that MLA Sinclair up in Slave Lake, that looks like it's a boundary that might be eliminated if there's a few things, but I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I definitely support this particular electoral boundary proposition.
We can certainly limit any comments to the proposal as it relates to Jasper.
Councillor Percent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Through to Mayor Ireland. I wonder, I think we've had loose discussions, I guess, with BAMP and Canmore boards. And I would echo that sentiment with Councillor Hall, that we are certainly much more in line with BAMP and Canmore's issues than we are not, if I can say that. And would it be prudent at this meeting to make a motion that we indeed write a letter in favor of that?
That could be a motion. I'm going to look to Councillor Waxer.
I may need some correction on my motion, but that committee direct the mayor to provide a written submission to the Electoral Boundaries Commission indicating Jasper Municipal Council's approval of the proposed change.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hall.
Just what I wonder if there would if you want to be more specific around the Canmore, Banff, Jasper.
Yeah.
New electoral boundary.
Is that the friendly amendment?
That I accept that friendly amendment.
Mayor Island?
And my intent bringing it here to committee of the whole today was,
Bring it to
if necessary, a motion from committee recommending council so that the decision can be made. And I would say not approved because we have no ability to approve the proposal, but in support of the proposal as it relates to the realignment of Jasper.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Blanchard.
Just a second. That committee recommend council direct the mayor. I'm struggling with the mayor to provide a written submission to the electoral boundaries commission regarding the supporting the move to a Canmore Jasper or Canmore Banff Jasper electoral boundary.
So the motion is to bring this to the council meeting on the 16th to formally approve that council supports the electoral boundaries change. And I'm just looking to administration if that's the interpretation that we're all good. Councillors, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and that would give residents time to weigh in and consider this as well.
Thank you. Before I call the questions, are there any other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is unanimous, 6 councillors in favor. We now move on to item 7.2, and it's 10 minutes to 12. I would hope that we could get through the next item on the agenda before we take a lunch break. And I'm looking to Deputy Director Reid, who will be presenting the 2025 Community Conversations Annual Report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick and Council. Indeed, in front of you is the Community Conversations Annual Report for information. The recommendation is that committee would receive this report. The alternatives is that committee direct administration to bring forward any additional information on any items of interest in the Community Conversations Report to a future committee meeting. I'll summarize the background, but back in 2021, Council approved the Community Conversations Policy, which outlines Council's commitment to meaningful resident engagement and ensure municipal services and programs remain responsive to changing community needs. In February of 2023, the policy was revised to narrow the scope of conversations to focus on life stage focused conversations. From January to December of 2025, 26 life stage focused community conversations took place. And you can see in that breakdown, the chart showing 2024, 2025, similar attendance and similar number of meetings. And the discussion at the time of this report, there are 35 groups, agencies, and organizations represented at Community Conversations, with 67 unique participants in total. Many agencies do submit more than one representative. The Community Conversations discuss many items impacting community, and when grouped into thematic areas, the priorities below emerge: housing, mental health and emotional well-being, community belonging and rebuilding connections, food insecurity, employment, income support and economic recovery, youth mental health and school engagement, seniors needs, transportation and accessibility, disaster preparedness, and displaced residents. It's important context at this point to note that Community Conversations collects residents' and community group feedback And that information is used to inform community actions in response. Programs, services, funding, etc., have and will continue to be shaped by the information brought forward at community conversations. And that response is community-wide, including our own municipality of Jasper efforts. And that, to speak more broadly, things like contributing to transit and the bringing of transit to the community is a big one, that we contribute that information. Even in smaller things, the smaller yet impactful things like the community guide in our community, that was recognized as a need in the community, and we get great feedback from the residents and newcomers who say that provides them a great way to access the information in the community. The strategic relevance, of course, council's existing strategic priorities, there are many aspects. Take proactive steps to reduce the risk of people becoming vulnerable and respond when they are. Promote and enhance recreational and cultural opportunities and spaces. Enable and facilitate events that provide opportunities to increase community connections. Embrace our growing diversity. Leverage and create opportunities for greater inclusion. Communicate and engage with residents. Welcome the expertise, innovation, creativity, and commitment of community members, groups, and associations, and entrust our staff to develop healthy relationships with the people they serve. The inclusion considerations here, community conversations is a forum to discuss the changing needs of Jasperites with particular focus on groups who may be at risk of exclusion. Many participants at community conversations are organization and agency leaders who serve, in part, groups at risk of exclusion. And those group attendance, of course, reflects a larger swath of the community than the 88 attendees. The financial impacts are straightforward. The cost to carry out community conversations are within the 2025 operating budget, and I'll put in brackets, and in the 2026 budget request. And the interim report is attached, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Reid. Councillors have had an opportunity to read the report and the comments under each of the 9 topics ranked in priority. Are there any questions for Director Reid? Seeing no questions, sorry, Mayor Island.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Melnick, I apologize. I was looking for something I thought I had highlighted in the report, and now I can't find it. Just at a very general level, Director Reid, this community conversation initiative has now been ongoing for 5 years. And there are 35 groups or agencies which participate. Does that number appear now to be static?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to Mayor Ireland, I would say no. It is the number of 35 is fairly constant, and we do get groups coming in and out. But as the needs in the community have evolved, so has the membership or the attendance of that community conversations. And I will also just add, community conversations has been a long-standing part of our community in community development because it allows us, it informs our grant writing. So we've been doing this for, I'm going to say decades, but the latest version is this 5-year, very formalized with council direction process. That is the 5-year process.
And is there continual outreach for new organizations or other individuals to attend community conversations?
Thank you again, Mayor Ireland. Yes, we are always promoting the program. You will find that our social media channels, our website, as well as our work takes us to new places. So for example, meeting up with some of the agencies that are working on recovery, then those invitations are sent out. And sometimes the invitation is taken up.
I note that with one exception of a business name on the list, there is no participation that is noticeable to me from the business sector or the economic sector of the community. Is that in the experience that the business sector does not engage in this particular opportunity?
Thank you, Mayor Arlen. Yes, indeed. The invitation, of course, is to any group or individual in the community. And the businesses that have taken up the invitation typically have been those with a more either socially minded owner or socially minded business. But it is not a huge take up from the business community, for sure.
Thank you for that. One final question, and it is perhaps just semantics. In one paragraph, I found the words that I had highlighted. You have indicated, this is in the RFP, I think page 2. Maybe just give me a second. Right? Sorry.
Number 3, economic.
Under the discussion topic, whatever page that happens to be. It's after the graph, yes, it's page 2 of the RFP. So under discussion, there's a list of groups that might come, and then a paragraph in bold, and you have used the word that the information is used to inform community actions. And then you have said that it has and will continue, that program services funding continue to be shaped by the information. Is there a difference in intent in your changing words there so that we hear things, it informs decisions? Seems to be that is somewhat different than shaping decisions, and the public should be aware how decisions are made. And I fully support that we go out and obtain information which informs our decision making. Are you suggesting something other by using the word that programs are shaped by that?
Mayor Ireland, a very astute observation, and I think while hoping to straddle a fence, I will say both. So, for example, informing the community, community conversations inform that there were not enough senior services available. In our budget scope and mandate and authority, we are able to search out grants that would perhaps meet that need. When that grant was received, now we do take that when we wrote the application, so I would say our application was shaped by the information we used. Now, am I straddling it should all say inform, and we acted based on that information. So we use the information to apply for the appropriate grant and get the services. And then when the services are here, we keep using the information to keep evolving the services to meet the needs of the community. And that evolution is what I mean by shape.
All right, thank you. Question further. My concern is how the community views the process and the outcome. So that if someone shows up at community conversation and passes along some information, do they have an expectation that that shapes our programming? That it's a direct correlation. Come to community conversations and effect change. That's partly what I read in there, but I'm not sure that that's what the intent is.
Mayor Ireland, I will say that the impact of community conversations definitely does shape the community. Does a single resident arriving or a single business entity arriving get to shape the community? No. The information informs the actions of the partners. And so when it's our partnering, when it's our outreach team as an example, or when it's our aquatics team, looking at the information from the child age 1 to change the way we deliver swimming lessons. That information is shaping the delivery of services in our community. Does a single resident or voice get to come and say, I would like to see more campfires in town? Fire pits at Robson Park. That would then be listed. It would be prioritized based on the number of times we hear it, based on the information from other partners. And so there is no direct line to I make an opinion known at community conversations and all of a sudden, actions occur. It's a system that allows the intake of the information appropriately based on our professional work, shapes our services. And perhaps CAO Given wanted to add.
Go ahead, Mr. Given.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Melnick, also appreciating, for new members of council, how community conversations fits into the overall municipal structure is probably, a little bit confusing. I think what Director Reed just related is that it's one of many channels where the municipality regularly receives input from stakeholders, which could be residents, businesses, community agencies. People are often providing comments on municipal services. Some of those comments are things that can easily be done, and administration just acts on those. And I think you would expect us to do that. I notice that there's often a lot of garbage in the activity center on Friday nights. Oh, thanks for letting us know. We hadn't noticed that. We're going to make sure that we tidy up a little bit more effectively, and we'll pay attention to that. Right? Somebody could say that to us in TGP, in the aisles, and if somebody said it to me, I would pass it on to Christopher. Christopher would act on it accordingly. I think you can appreciate that happens in the community in a lot of places. That happens at community conversations as well. Somebody might make that level of comment or provide that level of input. They might also say, we're noticing a lot of newcomers from a country that wasn't previously represented as a large population in Jasper. I'm starting to notice that in my agency. We might hear that as a municipality and go, oh, that's an interesting trend. We'll sort of pay attention to that. We might hear it from other sources, and the municipality might go, we're publishing public communications, and we typically translate those into a couple different languages for better, access for the public. And we're going to add this new language that wasn't previously really represented. We're just going to do that. None of those are policy level decisions. Those are observations and refinements. And so at community conversations, we hear some of those, and the administration would adjust accordingly. The reports from community conversations, like the one that's being presented today, are intended to identify for council, right? The audience here is council. What administration have heard as large community-wide trends that council might want to consider in its decision-making as you establish priorities, as you approve or don't approve programs, as you're thinking about the budget, all those different things. It's a information gathering tool for council. What's happened over the last 5 years is that we've actually, because of discussions like this over time, have built this structured way of gathering that information and giving it to council. So you can see it and you can judge for yourselves as you're making decisions, whether it's something that needs to be acted on or how it might influence the decisions and policies that you make and approve. So again, the administration may adjust a service or act when it's within our scope, budget, and authority that council has previously approved, in the same way that we would hearing something from a member of the community anywhere else. But the trends are captured and reported to council so that you can think about them at a bigger picture level as you're making decisions at the council.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Other questions? Okay.
I just wanted to ensure that my concern is reflected, and I appreciate the intent of this. And again, it may be semantics, I think the intent in the sentence that I'm reading is that delivery of approved program services and funding will be shaped. But there is no suggestion that a new program or service is going to result just from community conversation. So one of the things you mentioned was the extent to which community conversations have talked about transit. Yes, it is an important aspect and it gets voiced a lot, but I want no suggestion out there that the fact that we have transit originated within community conversations. It is information that comes back to council, and council makes those decisions. And it, again, perhaps it's all just semantics, but when I read this, I thought it could leave a suggestion in the public, because this is a public document. Appreciate it's intended for council, but it's out there in the public realm. And I want the community to be clear about how the process works. And yes, your example of swimming lessons is excellent. That shapes the delivery of that program, but it doesn't cause a new program necessarily to be implemented.
Mayor Ireland, I would absolutely support what you said. And I would say there's nothing at community conversations that by itself would start or shape or anything like that. It will inform other activities. Example, CAO Given gave, example I gave about seniors supports. So nothing at community conversation creates direct on its own by itself any action whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Thank you for this report, Director Reed. My question, I was pleasantly surprised to see the numbers are somewhat on par for 2024. I'm curious if they are similar to 2023 numbers, and wondering if people are zooming in. I know there's still a few residents displaced and not here. And you know, the conversations I sat in on before the election, there were residents that would zoom in. I think just to feel connected. I wonder if that's a trend that community conversation team is noticing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to Councillor Hall. Not a trend that we would say, oh, there's a huge influx of displaced residents. It does occasionally occur, and we are thrilled that it does occur. It is one of the great things about the hybrid model is that you can attend in person, or you can be in Hinton or elsewhere and still participate in the informing of our community.
And are numbers from 2025 similar to 2023 numbers?
I do not have that right with me, but in general sense, yes, this is the kind of numbers we typically feel. Like anecdotally, I can tell you, this is the normal size of a community conversation.
Thank you. Other councillors? I have a question, and it maybe relates back to the mayor's observation about the groups that are represented. There are one or two businesses and groups that deal with businesses, and I saw a specific comment under the economic and employment instability that referenced employers reporting lower than expected seasonal profits. And I suspect that would be anecdotal comments, since there really aren't, other than one or two businesses, directly involved. So people are hearing and reporting that in community conversation. So as I say, anecdotally, this is what's being heard in the community.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, thank you for that question. It's a great example of how the community conversations are actually conversations. So you're right, there aren't business owners represented at the table very often, but their employees are reporting this as a general theme 13% of the time. And so it's a great example of where we are aware of what the employee's experience is as reported. And this experience also comes from the groups that attend. So Red Cross is one of our newer partners, as they are now in our community. They are doing outreach regularly, and their representative may report what their themes are at our community conversations, as an example. But also a single individual worker will attend. It's individual workers meeting with our recovery outreach workers, specifically related to fire impacted residents. That reporting group comes through the outreach workers to community conversations. So as many case files as we have, which is now over 800, we have direct contact to those individuals' themes. We do not, of course, have direct contact to their information. That doesn't make it to community conversations. But as the employees are working through their process, they get the information on these themes as well.
Thank you. And similarly, transportation came up, and it was mentioned about the residents in interim housing at Marmot Meadows experiencing some transit schedule didn't align with their shifts, but we made changes to the transportation service at Marmot Meadows. And was that through the community conversations and feedback to administration regarding those changes?
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor Melnick. That's a great question. So community conversations is one avenue that the municipality receives feedback. The transportation team, as well as the recovery, the JRCC team, of course, are also getting feedback. The operator of the housing units, the Red Cross, is getting feedback. And so community conversations is one voice where we get reinforced messaging. And so through the many ways that we receive our feedback, that change was sort of shown to be, the business case was there to make that change. The residents in that space could see a change that would serve them better. Community conversations is about one place that that information came up. CEO Given, did you?
All right, thank you. Other councillors? So, thank you for the presentation. I would suggest that we would be looking for a motion to receive the report for information. Councillor Watson?
That committee received the community conversation annual report for information.
Councillors, any questions, debate? Seeing no hands, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously with 6 councillors in favor. We're now at Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. I know you were just going to allow us to go for lunch, but I thought there might be one bit of housekeeping that we could clean up. And that is that after delegations, after the second of the delegations, there was not a motion. So I would make a motion now. The committee received a presentation from Gilly Thomas for information.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for making sure that we keep ourselves in line here. Any debate on the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll call for the vote on the motion. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously with 6 councillors voting. Which brings us now to potentially lunchtime. It is 17 minutes after 12. In the essence of time, I would like to suggest maybe a 45-minute lunch break, or would we want to extend that a little bit longer? Councillors, 45 will work. All right, so we're going to take a break until approximately 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, December 9th. We are convening and we're at new business item 7.3. And that is the Jasper Municipal Housing Resolution, Vacant and Expiring Director appointments. And turn to Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Malik. So administration is here with the recommendation for committee with respect to appointments on the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation Board. The board was created last term. Council holds the full authority to appoint members to the board. And the board is comprised of a mix of members drawn from out in the community who applied for positions on the board, so public members. And members appointed directly by council from council's ranks. So as council knows, at the organizational meeting this term, council appointed Councillor Roger and Councillor Congsrud to the board. The transition of Councillor Roger from a public member before the election was there, it applied and was appointed by council as a member of the general public to be on the board. Well, now he's appointed by council as a council representative on the board, recognizing that we lost Councillors Wilson and DeMordo. So the net of all of that is that we have a vacancy in the public at large positions. The current terms of the public directors are intended to go to March 31st, 2026. And there is a discussion to be had about what happens after that. We make a little bit of a record. But really, we would like to ensure that the board continues to operate with a full contingent of members. And so administration is recommending that to fill the public at large spot vacated by Councillor Rogers as he's changed into the council member slot, the committee would recommend council appoint Scott Wilson to fill the public at large director position for a term to end March 1st, 2026. And additionally, this gets the second part, that committee direct administration to initiate recruitment to the JMHC board for the 5 public at large director terms that are expiring March 1st, 2026. So there's sort of 2 parts. Let's fill that gap left by Councillor Rogers sort of changed to the other side of the table. Let's, in order to recognizing that it's a short term and the organization is doing some significant work, the development of the new apartment building. Let's appoint somebody who has been there before and knows a little bit of the history in Scott Wilson. And at the same time, council should probably initiate recruitment to say, okay, what happens after March 1st, 2026 for all the other positions? This point, administration isn't suggesting that any of those folks would continue beyond that time. That would be up to council to decide. But we should, with those terms expiring, we should put out a public call to see if there's anybody else interested that would like to put their name forward. So that's an overview. The report covers that in a little bit more detail and a little bit more history, but the essence of it is we have one vacancy. We suggest that we appoint Scott Wilson as a member from the public, fill that vacancy, and that we initiate recruitment for the eventual end of all the current public member terms.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Any questions for Mr. Gibbon? I did write down a note to ask, when it comes to reappointing the board members, are all the board members, when they're reappointed in March of 2026, will they be for 1-year terms or 2-year terms? And should we address perhaps staggering appointments to the board?
Good question. So that is absolutely within council's power to decide whether you'd like to do staggered terms. It wasn't something that we did the first go around. This is the first time we've appointed public members to the board. When council goes to make the next set of appointments, you could choose to do them for terms of 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or some sort of mix. That's completely up to council. Also, I would just say that the administration isn't suggesting that these board members would necessarily be reappointed. That would always be a council decision. What we're saying is that we should initiate the recruitment invite people to apply. Existing board members may choose to apply for reappointment. Administration would gather any applications and bring them to council for consideration.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for CEO Gilly? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Melnick, through you to Mr. Gilly. Perhaps I just didn't see it in the RFT, but safe to assume that Mr. Wilson has agreed to the appointment?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, or Mayor, yes, that's correct. So administration has proactively reached out to him. We saw this gap and thought about what's the most expedient way to fill it. And so we've made that direct contact to see if he's interested. He indicated he was.
I might have drawn that conclusion, but I didn't see it. Wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Any other questions for administration? Well, we have a recommendation in front of us regarding the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation. Is there a councillor willing to make the motion? Councillor Waxer?
I'm more than happy to make this motion. I think it makes a lot of sense. So I make the motion that committee recommend council appoint Scott Wilson to fill the vacant public at large director position for a term to end March 1st, 2026. And that committee direct administration initiate recruitment to the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation Board of Directors for the 5 public at large director terms expiring March 1, 2026.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried with 6 councillors voting in favor. This now brings us to agenda item 7.4, the Jasper Skatepark sponsorship and naming. And I will look to Director Melanchuk for presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Good afternoon. So today administration is coming to with recommendation that committee could recommend council approve the formal naming of the new skate park as Jasper Flyers Skate Park, and that committee recommend council accept the donations from the 4M Charitable Foundation and David Morris Family Foundation in the amount of 100,000 each. To provide some background on the skate park, we go back to February of 2021, and council approved up to 300,000 in matching funds for the new skate park, subject to matching funds being secured from external sources. We also had a meeting where council committed to 300,000 towards the skate park to either be funded by debenture or reserves. In March of 2024, council authorized in principle interim financing to this Jasper Skate Park Committee to not exceed 150,000 should they require this financing. And the construction project started in April of 2024. However, it was delayed due to the wildfire, and they completed the work just shortly, or not too long ago, in 2025. The official opening date was September 21 of this year. The agreement of the conditional promise to donate funds is contingent on 4M Charitable Foundation and the David Morris Family Foundation being granted the right to name the skate park facility. The current naming proposal is Jasper Flyers Skate Park. This aligns with the municipality Jasper's sponsorship and naming policies. And just to we'll skip right down to the next page where we summarize what has occurred financing wise. Construction cost to date is just over $1 million. And then you can see the pending due from. So the municipal contribution, as we had just discussed, we have the two contributions that we're discussing today for 100,000 each. And then we have some set up from Pursuit in the amount of 14,000, as well as CN Railroaders in the community for 3,200. The Skatepark committee was able to secure a lot of funds. They're listed as below. And then also the municipality was gathering interest for the skate park, the amounts that are listed in trust with the municipality. There is an estimated due from the skate park committee at the end of all said and done of the current construction costs being due in approximately $35,600. And discussions have been had with the skate park committee, and they are interested in continuing their support towards gathering the funds for this amount by doing the same things that they've been doing over the years. Later, we received some information that the naming rights are correct in what's stated here. However, there was a suggestion that maybe the apostrophe be removed. So it would just be Jasper Flyers as a plural skate park, not as ownership. So that's the only change that I would suggest in the FD. So that discussion did occur post putting this online, and we would change that to be Jasper Flyers Skate Park. And I am open to any questions should council have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Melanchuk. Any questions? Councillor Frechette.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and through you to Director or General Melanchuk. Just out of curiosity, who is the Davis Morris family?
Councillor Melnick, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to you, Councillor Frechette. I am actually unaware of that answer. I have not had the privilege of dealing with them specifically. So I've seen the letters, I've seen the conditions behind the promise of the donation, but I have not met or dealt with them personally.
Okay, the same with the 4M Charitable Foundation?
Correct.
Okay, just out of curiosity. Okay, thank you very much, Director.
Mayor Island.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mellon. If I could just help Councillor Frechette. For the longest time, these two donors wished to remain anonymous. But just as we were unveiling the skate park in the summer, they agreed that their names could be released. Both of them are families with cottages at Lake Edith and saw a need to support the community and thought this was an excellent endeavor. So David Morris, the Family Foundation, Mr. Morris and his family have a cottage at Lake Edith, and the 4M Charitable Foundation is Bob McLean, who similarly has a cabin at Lake Edith and a foundation. And so the two of them are pilots. Just by coincidence, since the name that Director Melanchuk is right, through some texting yesterday confirming whether they wanted either singular possessive or plural possessive for flyers, they decided that plural would be sufficient with no possessiveness whatsoever, recognizing that the kids are already out there flying about. So it's the Flyers Skate Park is their suggestion. And community members in the broadest sense, community members who happen to live at Lake Edith, but are very generously supporting this particular initiative within the community.
Thank you for that answer, Mayor Ireland. I'll be sure to thank them next time I'm sitting on their dock.
Councillor Wexler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Malik, I wanted to just quickly, again, we've all expressed great appreciation in the past to Gerald Savage, who has put enormous energy into creating this skate park. But I wanted to just address that there's another piece that is largely attributable to him under the entrust with the municipality, and that's the CN railroaders in the community. Being married to a railroader, I am familiar with this program and recognize that that money was generated as a donation from CN as a result of the volunteer hours submitted by people who work on the railway. And my guess would be the majority of that would have been accrued over the 10 years that Gerald Savage has volunteered his time and taken the time to submit the hours to that program. So again, I just wanted to express appreciation for yet another contribution to the state.
Thank you, Councillor Wexler. Other councillors? I would be looking for a motion then consistent with the report. Mayor Island?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I am pleased indeed to make a motion that committee recommend council approve the formal naming of the new skate park as Jasper Flyers Skate Park. That is plural, not possessive. And that committee recommend council accept the donations from the 4M Charitable Foundation and the David Morris Family Foundation in the amount of $100,000 each.
Any discussion on the motion? Relative to the motion as well, I would like to take the opportunity to perhaps highlight the pending donation from Pursuit and also the money held in trust. We happen to have a representative from Pursuit here in the gallery, and I think it's appropriate to publicly recognize the contribution of one of our other major employers here in the community towards this community asset. So prior to the vote, I'd like to extend our thank you to Pursuit. If there are no other comments or debate, I would like to call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. 6 councillors in favor and none opposed. All right, we're looking at agenda item 7.5, and this agenda item was referred to this meeting at the last council meeting, and what we have in front of us is the draft 2026 to 28 municipal budget, which includes the changes that were made at the committee of the whole meeting, or sorry, at the council meeting. And so we have it in front of us for questions and for discussion. I look to councillors. If there is a opportunity for a councillor to start the debate. Mr. Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Malik. I have a question for administration, and sorry, I can't put the budget up right now, but I have the handout from Mr. Butler from this morning. Out of the almost $13 million we're looking at, 37% of that is community development. And is there a breakdown of how much of that 37% is the activity center? I'm not the debt, but the actual operation of pool, aquatic center, arena. So I would imagine it's a pretty big chunk of it, and I just wanna, maybe we could get a bit more clarity in what is the actual outreach services department compared to the activity center.
So Deputy Mayor Malik, so we do have our whole SLT team here. We weren't exactly sure what types of questions council might have. We're prepared to do our best answering. And so we can look up each individual service area. What you are seeing there, and this was discussed in the budget presentation. The scale that we presented the budget at was at the departmental level scale. And so it's true that you're not seeing the breakdowns within departments across, say, the fitness and product center, the activity center, the arena. And so that is information that does exist. Administration has it in the sort of GL code level of detail. And as we discussed, there's another level of detail that we might like to roll up the GL level codes into something simple, but where you can still see those individual services. We don't have that at hand, so it's a bit manual. And so we can absolutely have a look at each of those individual areas and sort of report them if that's what Councillor Hall was looking for. We can give you a bit of a sense of like, what is the net tax support required for any of those different areas? Is that the question, I guess? So Councillor Hall, you can decide whether that's the question that you want to ask. We'll click through the Excel spreadsheets, but we can answer the question verbally. And if that satisfies, that's totally fine. If council said, well, we need to see it, or we need to have it presented another way or at another time, that's also fine. But we'll do our best to click through the spreadsheets, find the answer and report it verbally if that's what council's looking for today.
So, Councillor Lecter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Milnick, through you to CEO Given. Would I be correct that on page 31 of our budget document, the answer to that question would be there? That's where I went to.
Yes. Deputy Mayor Melnick. So certainly a person can see on page 31, in each individual departmental area, you can see the revenue and expense for each individual sort of sub-service or service area, we call them. And you can see them sort of wrapped up for the total expense for the department and the total revenue. Of course, you have to do your own math a little bit if you want to pull out one of those lines. I think you said page 31 and by the numbers.
Right. Yeah. The chart at the bottom of page 31 looks to me to be the net surplus and deficit.
Yeah, yes. So that does show the net surplus and deficit for the entire department and each individual service within. Yes. So the question I got, there was, the answer to Councillor Hall's question. So we do have it there. There's a little bit of manual math. So Councillor Hall, if you just want to be, could restate your question, just so I can make sure that I capture it correctly. And we'll either point to it in the budget document that's been posted last week, updated and then posted last week, or we can find it verbally sort of by going through the different areas. The Mayor Malik.
Go ahead.
Sheriff Malinchuk is doing a fantastic job as CFO, orienting me to the best place to look at these things. So, and it is, you may have been, so on the document on the website, which has been uploaded, right, most recent version, it's actually page 27. of the updated document where you can see the net surplus or deficit by individual functions within community development. And there you can see that the net deficit of the activity center, so the required tax support for the activity center is $1.4 million. For the library and cultural center, it's 112,000. For the arena, it's 770,000. So all of those things together go into the 37% community development number.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Through you to administration, I'm just doing my best to stay oriented. And so on our agenda, there is a link to a budget document. And what you just referenced, I think shows as page 26. If you identify it as 27, or are we talking about the same document with different page numbers, or did you just misstate the page number?
So Mayor Ireland, the document that's linked in the package is a document that has 41 total pages, including the cover page. If you look at the page number at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see that page number 26 of the document is actually page number 27 by the numbering system. So we don't count the cover sheet. So,
right, okay.
So using the page numbers is probably easiest as printed in the document. That's what I was going by. Appreciate that. Thanks for straightening out that confusion.
Yes, thank you. So I was reading page 26 that my computer says I'm on, but I've got it now. So it's important that we're all on the same page. And so again, you were saying then that the bottom part of that net surplus deficit, we can see what the tax support is for the various facilities. Is that what you were expressing?
Yes, Marilyn. So, and you said facilities, facilities are a part of it, but you know, the functional facilities has programs within it. So each department is made up of a bunch of sub areas. And so on, let's just stay with this one while we're at it here. You'll see that within the community development department, there are a number of different sub areas, starting with activity center, library, cultural center, arena, fitness blocks, and so on down, ending with national immigration. That table there shows you how much each of those sub-services requires in net tax support. It totals up to $4.8 million. That's how much net tax support is required for the function of all of those different services. That's how much the taxpayers provide to all the services. After accounting for any revenues, which are represented above. So the chart that was in the chamber's presentation, it showed the old number of the total net tax requisition of $12.9 million. And so of that $12.9 million, the community development department's 37% is $4.8 million, represents a dollar value of $4.8 million. So again, rounder numbers, roughly a third of the total net tax requisition, more than a third of the total net tax requisition provides functions within the community development department.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. So then the plus or minus from prior year, so for example, the arena is 123,000 more, are any of those numbers, are debt repayments represented in there, or is that just that they are? Okay.
Yes, they are. So in all of these areas, so this is where the nuance is important in any of these functions. Some functions have a facility attached. The arena, for example, that arena has some borrowing associated with it. And so we say the cost of running the arena also includes the cost of paying the mortgage for the renovations that we did. And those show up in the expense line for the arena. So if you go up to the arena, you'll see that the arena expenses for 2026 are $1.28 million, inclusive of all the stuff that it takes to make that arena run, including things like facility maintenance. And we have a different department that comes over and does certain types of maintenance work. And so the cost of having those workers come from a different department and do work in the arena could be reflected in the municipality's budget in a lot of different ways. What we choose to do is say, to reflect a portion of that in the expenses related to the arena. The cost of having an arena also includes the cost of the guys, the folks from operations coming over and turning a few screws now and then. Oversimplifying, but that's the cost of having an arena. And so we recognize that as an expense to the arena operation. And so this net at the bottom is after we take any income or revenue that we can identify. We look at the full cost accounting of running that service. How much does it cost taxpayers?
Well, now I was gonna say.
I don't know if this is time to talk about it, and I guess being I'm new, I wanna throw it out there. Is there an opportunity to have more public engagement on the budget, like for the public and businesses to ask questions? Because to the directors or the COA, because I go out in the community and they ask me questions. Some are good questions, some are maybe crazy questions, some I don't, a lot of them I don't know the answer. And I don't want to speak out of school, but is there an opportunity to engage with the public over this budget, like questions that they may want to, like, I mean, they have an opportunity perhaps to come up and have their 3 minutes and stuff, but I don't know if I'm clear on what I'm asking, but if somebody can help me out here.
So the question would be, is there another opportunity other than attending a council meeting to present to council on an item on the agenda, which today we have the budget on the agenda. I believe that would be the public opportunity to ask questions. In the budget discussions on the 26th and 25th, 26th, the public did have an opportunity to attend. And I think council would have entertained any written questions because we didn't have an opportunity to have a public discussion, I think, at those meetings. It was primarily for administration to present each department budget and allow council to ask questions. Do I have that right? Have I summarized those opportunities correctly? Mr. Gibbon?
Deputy Mayor Allen, I'd say you summarized the opportunities for this budget correctly. And maybe sort of zooming out a little bit, I think the bigger question is, what opportunities are there for the public to engage in the budget development process? In past years, the municipality has also run public surveys or sort of public opportunities due to the wildfire, this being election year, and some of those other things that, frankly, those activities weren't undertaken. And so the council wanted to see additional input from, the council directed administration to create additional public input opportunities prior to the development of the budget. That's absolutely something. And in fact, we've been giving some thought to some tools that we can use to do that going forward. So for Councillor Comter, there's sort of two questions. What opportunities does the public have to contribute to the development of this budget that's in front of us today? And it was limited. And again, given sort of the circumstance. What opportunities does the public have to provide input on this budget that's in front of us today before council passes it? Well, that's also up to council. There is a requirement for the municipality to pass the budget by January 1st by the end of the year, essentially, by the start of the new year. And so you can choose to say, okay, well, we would like to have an interim budget. So just sort of a hold the line, no changes, but you have to pass an interim budget at least. And we're going to have a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. Well, no, not 6 months, because then we get into the tax that time. But we're going to have a longer period for public engagement and public input. That's completely possible up to council. It would mean that there'd be a bit of a holding pattern to start the year. But then council would have more opportunity, to ask administration to create more public involvement or public engagement or comment opportunities as possible. Or council can work within this calendar year and say, okay, well, we want to create a day for people to come before the 16th. Or we want to create a special meeting after the 16th for council to, maybe the 16th should be entirely just public comment on this current budget. And we'll create a special meeting, before the end of the year to do the budget. So there was limited opportunity for public comment formally through the municipal administration on the development of this current budget. Given the time, council has the ability to direct if you think that more time is needed for the public to comment on this budget. You have a few tools to do it. And if administration has already been thinking forward to budget 2027 and what we might like to do to create new opportunities for the public to comment and to participate in budget development before it's sort of a final package. Council could be directive about that or could ask questions about that. But again, that's for budget 2027. Does that help provide a bit of an overview?
Yeah, it does. And I guess it's just like on the matter of transparency and as well, I mean, the public has to be responsible for themselves to make themselves having the opportunity to express their feelings. But like, if you understand where I'm coming from, it's like, I get asked questions that I don't know the answer to, and I don't know if they know what they're talking about. And it's like an opportunity for us to discuss that kind of stuff. Like, for example, even Mr. Butler's comment on like using the paid parking to supplement, or actually, I don't think the word was supplement, because that's a word that possibly could be supplement the transit system, And I mean, quite honestly, I'd like to talk with council on that matter. Like, how do we feel about it? And can we debate perhaps with him and try to make him see our way, or he can try to make us see his way and stuff. But it's just, and like I say, being new, I don't know the process, and I don't know what opportunities they had. You did clear it up, COA given, so that helps a bit. But maybe if any of the more experienced counselors can shed some light on this, like if there should be an opportunity or not. And I mean, I'm willing to chew on it for a while till, the 2027 budget, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Confer. Councillor Burchett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik, through you to Mr. Gibbon. I just wonder if we could, there were a couple of items that jumped out at me this morning during Mr. Butler's presentation. I think would maybe help me anyway with some clarity as to the numbers that we were presented in the timeframes. The one in particular was this huge juxtaposition between the cost of Parks Canada's administration for land use development, permitting, etc. So I believe the number was somewhere in the neighborhood of 250,000 annually, to now 600,000 annually. Are we indeed speaking of the same service or operation, or is there something more rolled up into the urban designs and standards portfolio now that would not be present or done at all in the Parks Canada side?
What's your CO Gill?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Malik. Good to see that Director Sanders is also joining, but provide some additional level of detail. But I think one important observation is that when we need to make the distinction between urban design and standards, a department, and the function of planning and development, which is different. That's, as we talked about with community development, has a whole bunch of different sub areas. Community development has a lot of different sub areas. Urban design and standards has 3 different sub areas that are rolled up together there. So if we look at the budget document, we'll make sure that we're getting the right pages by page number. So this would be page number 12 in the corner. You can, on page 21, you can see the table that shows the revenue expense and net surplus deficit for the whole department. Maybe it's a bit unfortunate. The whole department is called Urban Design and Standards and has a sub area called Urban Design and Standard. We'll work on that. But if we look at the sub area, you can see that the total requested tax support at the bottom of that table for urban design and standards is $101,526. That sub area, that's how much taxpayer supported it is. So it clearly isn't the 440,000 that's shown as the net surplus deficit for taxpayer support for the whole department, because the housing function within the urban design and standards department also requires $337,000 of tax support, and the energy management function requires just under $2,000 of tax support. So that characterization of the planning and development function of parks and contrasting it with the urban design and standards department, they're different things.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a significant distinction, because obviously down the road we'll be taking over more of these responsibilities in these operations, and clearly on the face of it, what I heard this morning anyway was that we were on a trajectory that was already over doubling what we thought parks was doing, and obviously it's good to make clarity of that for me anyway, so that we're not comparing apples and oranges here. There's a much more comprehensive department that urban development standards or urban design and standards is doing, as opposed to the services we've been receiving from Parks Canada. Okay, that clears that up. And just one other, I'm not big with graphs and numbers and whatnot, but I just wanted this graph that we were presented with this morning, CEO given from Mr. Butler, from 2021 to 2026. that's a relatively recent snapshot of history, especially given all of the things you've been through in the last 5 years. Is this something that is been a continuum, or do we have anything prior to these years that shows something different?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Muller, for Councillor Pichette. So certainly the municipality has this information going back to incorporation, and so if that's information council would like to see, that's certainly possible. And choosing a wedge base year, you know, where you start a chart makes a difference. If we took this back just 3 years prior, covering 2018, 2019, and 2020, you get a fairly significantly different picture. From the 2018 to 2020, those 3 years, the net tax requisition actually went down 7.9%. So prior to this steep increase, there was a period of time, a 3-year period of time where it was actually on a downward trend. And over that same period, that 3-year period, SASCAN shows that inflation went up 4.9%. So the municipality would roughly, during that 3-year period before this chart started, the municipality would have been sort of close to 13%. The effect of inflation and the reduction in net tax requisition. So the longer view does give a more comprehensive picture. This is, you know, it wouldn't doubt the accuracy, you know, of the numbers that are presented in the chart. It's just that where you choose to start your representation does impact the picture. And administration would be happy to provide the full picture if council wants.
Yes, thank you, CEO. It's definitely a trajectory that definitely warrants attention. No question. It just seems that we're in a very unusual period here in time in terms of everything budget-wise. I think that a lot of the things as they're being presented are in a state of flux. I don't know that they're going to stay in this format for that long. I mean, it's we have a lot of balls in the air, as they say. But thank you for that. I just wanted to get that clear in my own mind as to those two questions, as to whether or not we were talking about the same services with parks and with the urban designs and standards position that we have. And the trend line, I was, as Mr. Butler rightly presented, I mean, obviously things are going up, and that's never a positive thing. But I think it's important that we understand the timeline that we're looking at. Thank you for that.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. And, you know, we did have a graph that went back 5 years prior to 2020 and taxes are going down. I know there was a cut in 2020 of $1 million, which I think is much, you know, $1 million in 2020 looks a lot different in 2026. And my understanding would think we catch up a little bit since 2020, but I also wonder at what point are we caught up? Like when do things just go back to regular inflation and tax? You know, I think this is definitely not just a Jasper challenge. Like, you know, you're looking at Hinton, looking at a 20% increase. Like it's across the board, and this goes back to just being consistently underfunded for the last 15 years. But at what point are we caught up from cutting taxes 5, 6, 7 years ago? That's just a broad statement. But my other question around community development, I apologize I didn't ask this before, but there is a $500,000 request under relief and support. And I just forget what that was for. If Director Reed, you need to explain that.
Thank you. Thank you to the mayor through to Councillor Hall. So that is an externally funded relief program to provide funding support to fire affected residents. And that is an in and out item.
Sorry, and this is a bit of the challenge with the type of discussion we're having with questions. While the discussion goes on, we can develop more information. Director Malinchuk does have all the data for all the years. And so we do have the budget increase back to, I think, incorporation, back to 2010. So I have a chart that I could show for that if council wanted to see it. But again, this is an example of the type of information that does exist. And administrations have been provided if council is interested.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much. And if I just may continue with a comment or observation, I think it can be confusing for residents, even for council, when reserves go in and out as expense and revenue, and even that $500,000, which is fully funded. I wonder, is there a way, or is this how most municipal governments do their budgets, where money coming in from reserves into the budget is considered revenue or going out is considered an expense? Or is there a way to do it where you have one list that shows you what's tax funded and what's not, and the other list is reserves, grant funding? Because when it's all lumped together, it can, I do agree, it can be a bit confusing. I know we get the answers when we ask them, but I just wonder if this is a common way to do budgets, or how, if there's a way to make it a little just more easy to understand.
Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Hall. I believe that we present on a more detailed approach, and that maybe is what actually ends up confusing people, which is unfortunate, but we try to include as much information as we can. If anything, I'm always trying to make it easier for people to understand it, and I've been doing that for the past 10 years. So if I do, or if anyone has any suggestions on how to look at it, but it is very customary to recognize the revenue and expenses, and we do follow all accounting procedures, and as suggested before, we are audited, and they see our ins and outs of reserves and all the transfers that happen internally, and it is the proper way to do this, and we're showing the ins and outs for that reason, so that there is that understanding of, well, the money's coming from this, and then it's going to here. So
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Milnick. Through you to CAO Given. One question I have is, am I remembering correctly that the rural policing requisition would have begun close to the 2021, the beginning of that? So that is a significant, I believe it's close to 500,000 that's been growing every year, that would have impacted to some degree the municipal tax requisition.
Deputy Mayor Malik. Yeah, that's right. So we're in, I think 2025 was the 5th of a 5-year program from the province. So prior to that, the municipality of Jasper didn't have any cost for our safety service. And those costs were imposed on the municipality by the province. And they increased over that 5-year period to the point where they are today. It's not quite 500,000. I think it's 360 some or 390 something. But it's under $400,000 that cost did not exist prior to 2020, I believe.
And am I also correct that levy or that cost to us doesn't necessarily impact our level of service? It's a cost that's shared with many communities that have that would have fallen the rural policing element, and that it's primarily to increase policing services in perhaps counties or places like that where there's long roads where the policing is required, or long distances.
I'd say it's fair to say that added costs didn't result in an added service level in Jasper. Another way to look at that might be that the province saw that they had a bill, cost of policing in communities like Jasper and rural municipalities, and they saw a way to have somebody else, local taxpayers, pay some of that bill. So it's a classic example of provincial downloading, where the province said, there's this cost, we used to cover it, we want you to cover some of it. But no, it didn't lead to any direct service level change in Jasper.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Sorry, and this may have been answered last week, but I see on the net surplus deficit in the community development department, a line that just says community development, and the amount has increased by 138,000. And I just wondered if you could speak to that, please.
So the request was specific to the community development sub area. Again, this challenge of having sub areas with names the same as the overall department. And so the $138,000 increase in net tax requisition in the community development sub area.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to Councillor Waxer, a few of the details there, and I, like my colleagues, don't want to give all the answer right now because I will want to go back and make sure I get this exact question answered exactly. But there are, of course, staffing increases. We did have one funder that changed their focus, and we have also, as we moved our service, some of our services transferred into that line item out of other areas. But again, I can give you a more fulsome answer with some more time.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I think what might be helpful for me, probably the public, is a very high level breakdown of that $13 million. What's downloaded, what can't we not pay, and what's new and extra. That's a big ask, but I think that, you know, I know there's a lot of things we just, it's unavoidable. There's wage increases, our union agreement, there's policing costs, there's things we just can't avoid. I just wonder, out of that 13 million, what is unavoidable and what can we avoid, I guess, is the question.
Go ahead, CEO Gibbon.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, for Councillor Hall, if that's something council would be interested in, do that work and bring it back to council. We certainly would, of the ones that would be willing to try to answer off the cuff with the information at hand, that wouldn't be one of them. But if council wanted us to do the work, we certainly could do that. We would maybe need a little bit of direction about what council would identify as required. So meeting a provincial standard for wastewater treatment, for example, or provincial standard for playground replacement timelines, or the standards from the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA. We talked a little bit about that with respect to capital budget. Well, an NFPA standard isn't a law. We could choose not to follow it. I think our fire department would probably not really like that idea. But again, so is that one required or unavoidable? It's a cost the municipality faces, making sure that our fire department is equipped with gear that the national body says is the right gear. So does council mean those kind of things? Or does council mean specifically items that have been directly downloaded from the province of Alberta or another order of government? So I just sort of raise that to say, we're happy to do the work in order to make sure that we met your desires for information. We would maybe need a little bit of, there's even a little bit of work to go to define what you mean by required.
Councillor Forsett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to Director Gibbon. Just to refresh, I mean, if you could, there's been a lot of discussion about the number of municipal employees. Now, if I recall, we just recently hired 3 new employees. I understand. Is that correct?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, sorry, I'm grimacing because I want to be as direct with council as possible, but the answer is sometimes it depends. So I don't need to make light of it. So Councillor Bichette, the municipality is regularly hiring employees to fill positions that become vacant. So I guess that my question is, do you mean that the municipality recently created 3 new positions that didn't exist before?
I guess that is what I'm asking, sorry.
Yeah, and so I would have to look and see. I'm not aware of 3 new positions that didn't exist before that had been created recently and filled.
Okay, then I was misinformed, and I was just of the understanding that there were, we had
15.
brought online a board training positions that are newly created, but that could have been, I could have been mistaken in that. That's right, I'll leave it at that.
Well, Deputy Mayor Malik, I just to make sure that, Councillor said, you might not actually be mistaken. There are term positions that are created that are externally funded that have no net tax impact and no sort of operational impact to the municipality's finances because somebody else is paying for them. We probably have created some of those over the last little while, but they're term positions. They have no ongoing commitment to obligation to the municipality. The municipality has no ongoing obligation to that position past the end of its term. And so it can go away when the external funding dries up. So there may have been over the last number of months, those types I would expect that there have been actually across different departments. And that's a regular part of business. If we can find some money to increase services to residents at no cost to local taxpayers, and that does not create an ongoing obligation, we do so. In a situation where we're recommending to council to create an ongoing new position that will be funded by tax dollars, and we would expect it to be continuous, right, not a term-based position, then that's the type of thing that we would bring to council, and we would only do through the course of the regular budget discussions. So sort of which of those had you heard about?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I was just of the assumption that they were positions that were, obviously they probably were term positions to do more with the rebuild aspect of this period of time that we're under. So it could well be that they were positions that were created in the JRCC or something other. Thank you for that.
Mayor Island?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. I just wanted to tag team with Councillor Bichette here. In the proposed budget before us, are there not some new positions that are taxpayer funded position? I thought there in protective and legislative services, I thought there were 2 summer positions. And in, where's the other one? I thought maybe in urban design and planning, or operations. So there's another one. So that might be what Councillor Bichette was remembering.
Yeah, so Director Melanchuk's offering to say she can speak to it, which is great. And we can absolutely go back, and so I think the question is, are there new tax funded positions being proposed for 2026? And so Director Melanchuk can speak to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Bichette and Mayor Ireland. I think there was a level of confusion there. I wasn't sure if we were talking about newly hired in this year or if we're talking about new positions within the budget. So within the budget, there were lifeguard positions created with also an increase of revenue to offset those additional expenses. So in the aquatics area, we feel that bringing the provide a new level of service with being able to provide additional revenue. There was also in protective and legislative services, there was discussions about the fire fighters as seasonal coming on, and Director Nadal can speak more to that if we need a refresher about those positions. And then there was also the project manager discussed in the operations section, which is split beyond within the tax portion as well as the utilities portion. So sorry, there wasn't an understanding if we were talking about new staff right now or staff in the budget that we're discussing.
Yes, okay, my apologies, I am new to this, so these are positions that are already in place. If there are no positions other than the fire department or the swimming pool, these are either part-time or positions that were vacated and have been replaced. So they're not new positions that have been created that would, I think we all hear the question as to the number of employees we have, and are we creating more employees on top of the either assumed or rightly so assumed that we have in excess of employees. So that was just a question that I think that probably many of us here is, you know, we have too many employees, we're creating more jobs. The rumor mill, if you will. But if I'm hearing you right, then these are positions that we already had, or they're positions within the swimming pool operation or the fire department volunteer positions.
Go ahead, Director Valentin.
Thank you. So the hours on the lifeguards are not additional staff, but increased hours to increase the revenue. The fire department staffing would be seasonal positions. So they're just a term within the summer position term. And so they are newly coming into the budget. And then the newest one would be the project coordinator. Sorry, not project coordinator, manager. And that is, yes, that one is new.
So the project coordinator, that was not a position that existed before, or was it?
No. That is built in new.
That's a new position.
Yes.
Okay, it's just a conversation that we hear a lot, and it's just helpful to know that exactly what we have done in terms of our personnel and the new hires.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Councillor Latzer. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that committee agree to extend this meeting beyond 4 hours.
So, councillors, we have a motion in front of us. This motion needs to pass unanimously for us to continue. So, thank you for that motion, Councillor Latzer. And we're within 7 minutes of our 4 hours of meeting. So, thank you for that. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that has passed unanimously with 6 councillors voting in favor. Mayor Ivan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, through you to Mr. Given. If we go back where we once started on page 27, just as an example, I just want confirmation, firstly, that numbers that appear in that blue bar at the bottom of the page, net surplus deficit, in this case for 2026, $4.8 million. That reflects a contribution from taxpayers, correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And every time I find one of those blue bars in this budget, it is exactly the same meaning. That is taxpayer support for the particular expenditure.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. Once upon a time, we tried to have targets for cost recovery for facilities in particular, and to some extent programming. So things like the aquatic center and the fitness center. It always proved far too elusive. But we seem to have over the years increased the amount of taxpayer support. So is it correct if I take the net deficit and divide it by the overall expense, I will achieve the percentage of taxpayer support for a facility or a program. So for example, if I take the arena, proposed for 2026, $770,000 of taxpayer support over the expense of 1.283 million. I come up with, well, that 770 is about 60% of the cost. I'm getting a shake of the head. So I'm doing the math wrong. So tell me how to do it right so that myself and residents of the community can understand cost recovery on our facilities. Oh.
So Mayor, thanks Deputy Mayor Malik. So we're just looking, so the total expense of running the arena in 2026 is $1.283 million. And of that total cost, the taxpayer funded contribution of 770 is about 60% of that total cost. So yes, you could go through and do that and say, the net tax for the net surplus deficit, well, where's the minus? That's the taxpayer subsidy. And if you look at the total cost of that service, you can figure out what percent of that service is covered by taxpayer subsidy. That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that my math, the formula is correct, whether the math is right or not. So I've done that just very roughly. And so, as I said, for the arena, the taxpayer is subsidizing about 60% of the cost for the activity center. It's 76%. For the fitness center, 59%. For wildflower daycare, it's only 15%. So that's 85% cost recovery for wildflowers. I know there is dispute about revenue for transit and the $13,000 deficit. If I go back to last year, and I'm not saying necessarily that there's agreement on last year either, but with $178,000 of taxpayer support, that was about 20%. And so in terms of other services, that's still very high cost recovery factor. I wonder how challenging it would be, and I could do this work myself, but nobody has faith in them. How challenging would it be to be able to have comparisons of tax support for the various services that we offer and the facilities that we run, and recognizing, of course, that for some it's going to be effectively 100%. I mean, we're not recovering any money from providing police services and administrative services, but for the ones where we are serving our residents, I think it's important for people to understand where things fit relative to each other. And so if we can provide, for example, a transit system that helps people get to the jobs where they are needed, and we are doing that for 80% cost recovery compared to running an arena where people go and play hockey, but it also, as Councillor Waxer indicated earlier, is a benefit to businesses. It fills hotels. Our pool gives an outlet for people who come and stay in campgrounds in the summer or stay at hotels that don't have their own pools or saunas, and it does help, but having a better sense of comparative cost recovery for what we provide might be beneficial. But I don't want to make a motion to ask you to do that unless I hear from administration about the degree of the challenge that that would present and obstacles that I might not be able to foresee.
Deputy Mayor Melnick for Mayor Ireland. So, focusing here, Director Malinchak says that that's relatively easy to provide. I'll just maybe make sure that what we think is relatively easy to provide is what you meant. You're meaning that we would be able to have a row or a column rather along these. And so what I'm envisioning is on one of those areas where we see the net surplus deficit. And the one that you're reading, activity center, $1.4 million, 2026 deficit. We could have a column near there that would show, what percent of subsidy it's running at, right? Of taxpayer support it's running at. We can do that across all of the functions that are listed in the budget pretty easily. That's the comparison you're talking about. If you're talking about a comparison between the municipality of Jasper's tax support for its arena compared to that of other municipalities, that's a bigger project.
I was just thinking internally so that our own residents have a sense of proportionality about bang they get for the buck and where those bucks can be spent and what it means for them locally, not compared to other municipalities. Because of course, as I said, Wildflowers operates at about 85% cost recovery, it appears to me. But most municipalities don't even provide that service. But it's necessary in our community, or at least it's seen as necessary in our, has been supported over the years. So I'm just looking for the internal metrics. And so I'm hearing that it could be done if we made a request that it be done.
Absolutely, Your Worship, and that seems like something that's quite achievable.
Thank you for that. Are there other questions for administration? We were referencing, if I may. You okay?
Yep. Okay.
Did you want to go ahead? I'm sorry, we were referencing specifically community development page, and we were looking at some of the costs that are supported by the taxpayer dollar. Some of those costs this year are going to be the additional financing. Has that been built into the 26 budget from the renovation project that would have been completed for the activity center, arena, and aquatic center? So some of those costs are due to higher financing because of our taking on the debt to do the renovations.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So any of the debt that you see listed within will be taken out in 2026. Some of it is taken for projects that we did in 25. Some of it is against projects in 2026. And that being because we didn't need to take it out right away. So then there's the offset built in to show that we've already taxed for that money, or we've already collected the money through, say, utilities, and we take that money and offset the next year's payments. So that is all built in, and yes, it would be for 2025 and 2026.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Wexler.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. And my comment is a comment more than a question. But when we look at the numbers of staff employed by the municipality in Jasper, we have to bear in mind that we do offer services that many other municipalities don't offer. And so we looked at childcare, for instance, that may have close to 20 employees, which on on a scale of 100, 200, it's a very significant amount. Along with settlement and local immigration partnership, and to a degree, to a large degree, the outreach team. So that adds a significant number of people to the payroll that aren't tax funded. Just because I know that there's lots of conversation in the community about the huge number of people employed by the municipality, but I think that's something important to remember, that those services are added to the community but are not property tax funded.
Thank you for that. Other questions by councillors? Mayor Island?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now let through you to administration. I wanted to go back to a question, if I can remember it. We started earlier today. Councillor Hall was asking about sort of next level of detail, so that the budget information that council has received and that is publicly available is a view from, pick a number, 10,000 foot level or whatever the analogy might be. And I'm wondering the degree of work required by administration, and you spoke to this earlier, but to get to sort of the next level, say the 5,000 foot level or whatever it might be. It's something more refined than what we have, but not necessarily the bottom line by line item. And you had indicated that some work has been done on that. I'm interested to better understand the challenges and the time it would take administration to get to at least the next level of detail, one step lower than and more refined than where we are right now.
Go ahead, CEO Gibbon.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Island. So, in a more fulsome process, administration, and I think I again referenced this during the initial presentation, we'd like to develop service profiles. So for each of these different sub areas that we've been talking about, we would have a single page that would give council a description of the service, a list of the key programs, some of the planning assumptions that administration is building the forward-looking budgets based on, a staffing chart, and then a summary budget that would break down the expenses in a greater level of detail. Because right now, you see the expenses, you see a total expense line for the arena, for example. You don't see what is broken up, those expenses are broken apart across, and same for revenues. So developing that budget summary is actually sort of a rolling up of the GL, the general ledger code details, and something that makes a bit more sense for council presentation. That's relatively easy. That's something that we'll do certainly before next week. Developing the service descriptions, a list of the key programs within the service, and describing the planning assumptions. That's something that takes a bit more time that individual managers would need to work on. And so that would be a bigger production. And frankly, is why it wasn't done for this budget process. But if council said, in order to make a decision or to ask better questions about the 2026 proposed budget, we need to see that budget summary level of detail for service profiles. That's something we can produce.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, quick break. You could take a 5-minute break.
Sure. So we've had an opportunity to start this afternoon at 1 o'clock. I was looking around the room. I think we'll take a 5 to, what do we have here? At 2:25. Let's take 10-minute break to 2:35. So go ahead. We are back at the committee of the whole meeting for Tuesday, the 9th of December. We're currently on new business item 7.5 and have been having discussions around the draft 2026-2028 municipal budget. And we've had some good questions and equally good answers. So I would like to council if we have further questions for administration regarding the draft budget that we have in front of us. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I do have a question around our urban standard designs and land rent. And I'm wondering if the municipality has been in talks with parks about what will happen when we start paying land rent again, and if there'll be some compensation because we now have the department, or where we're at with that.
Deputy Mayor Melnick, so yeah, there are a couple of things at play here. The current situation is the municipality is not paying land rent because following the 2024 wildfire, Parks Canada provided a land rent waiver for any entities that paid it. The municipality of Jasper is one of those. Our friends at Marma Basin are also one of those entities, and Jasper Park Lodge also paid land rent. And so Parks Canada said for out till 2027, nobody that paid land rent has to pay it. And so the municipality benefited from that. And so in 2025, 2026, 2027, we have no land rent payment costs. And so that's in place right now. Prior to the wildfire, and in consultation with the last council, the administration had been working with parks around the discussion of the creation of a planning and development function for the municipality. And there was a recognition at parks that if the municipality took on that service, then the cost of land rent to the municipality should reduce. And that's a part of the reasoning, I think that's part of the reasoning that was presented to the last council, and a part of why they supported the creation of the director position as a, working towards that. More recently, in advance of the municipal election and understanding how much had changed, Parks was able to sign an administrative MOU and understanding about how we work together to further that transition. It spelled out a higher goal around a timeline when we would have a concept, not a transition, I want to be really clear, but a concept of what a transition could look like. And in that same memorandum of understanding, Parks committed to reviewing the land rent mechanism for the municipality. It's public information that in Banff, land rent is a fixed amount. They pay $550,000 a year in land rent in Banff, and they have since incorporation of the municipality. In Jasper, when the municipality was incorporated, we paid $450,000 in land rent, but our land rent calculation also included an escalation clause, a CPI, inflationary escalation clause. In 2024, when we last paid land rent, we paid about $740,000. So over time, that method of calculating Jasper's land rent led to us paying way more than Banff. And Parks, this fall committed to a part of the discussion about planning and development, but also be a discussion about how we could review that land rent system for Jasper. I would suggest that our goal would be for it to be less than we were paying in 2024.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much. And I look at the operating budget, and I know right now, we have a director, I think 6 planners, 4 planners, but some are funded by DRP. And when eventually that funding is done and we have moved on with the new department, we'll have a director and 2 planners. Is that my understanding?
Director Sanders.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, to Councillor Paul. Yes, 2 of the 4 planners will remain. 2 will move on to other work, and then other employees in the department obviously are going to remain as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think, for me, it would make sense that the land rent would reflect, the savings would reflect our new, reflect our new department.
Thank you, Director Sanders. Other questions for administration? Councillor Watson.
Sorry, I wasn't quite ready for the question, but thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I was wondering if Saunders to give us Sanders, give us a little bit of information on the housing line in the, so that it's clear to the public what that expenditure is about.
Will you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, to Councillor Boxer, can you point to which line specifically you're looking at? And then I will do a better job of answering your question.
I was looking at the net surplus deficit, and believe the amount was 337,022.
Thank you very much. The expenditures in the housing budget largely are, well, I'll take a step back. Writ large, the revenue, the bulk of the revenue in the housing budget is from the Housing Accelerator Fund. When it comes to tax-related expenditures, it's the items in the budget that are related to the operating, for example, of staff accommodation. There's a handful of other items in here that are not grant funded, but are simply the practice of operating the department. So more specifics, Councillor Waxer would include some contracted services to maintain staff accommodation. And yeah, there's quite it's a long list of things to have a couple of employees and maintaining just general housing initiatives. Now, administering MPL Place would be another example.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Sanders. Other questions? Just about, Councillor.
I haven't quite decided yet, but sure.
Your eyes on everybody.
Yeah. I'm gonna point out to administration kind of what I said earlier. Like, it was pretty cash today, but there was a sense of defensiveness. And as you guys remember, last week I pointed out what a good job I thought everybody was doing. Because I find when there's questions asked, and maybe it's just me, but like you guys are kind of defensive. And I want to get away from all of that stuff because it shouldn't be like that. And I was going to make my first motion, but I'm not going to make it. But I'd just like the record to show, or maybe spur somebody else on, to have a chance for the public, both residential and commercial, to have a little bit more say, or more so of a say, is an opportunity to know that their voice can be heard. I'm doing it now because I can admit right now, like, there's a lot of stuff for me to wrap my head around, and I don't quite understand everything, and I don't, although we are representative of the community to ask these questions, I don't feel comfortable to ask all the questions that maybe I should be on behalf of the community, if that makes any sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Consud, and to your point about engaging the community more, I think we alluded to in the future budget processes that would be a great opportunity. And where we are right now, I don't know if we have that opportunity to engage with the public beyond their meetings here, unless we have a discussion at the next, well, we will have a discussion at the next meeting on December 16th. As we will be needing to move this item forward on our agenda one way or the other. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick, and just through to Councillor Consort, I want to let you know, I appreciate your vulnerability and your honesty at these meetings, and to never feel afraid to ask administration questions. That's what we're here for. But I do really appreciate you at this table.
Any other questions for councillors? I'm not intending to rush. And I agree with both Councillor Consort and Councillor Hall. Every budget cycle, there's more things that you learn and things change. And unless you're immersed in it every single day, it's hard to get a full appreciation. It's a lot to take in. And so this session, for example, as well as our 2-day sessions, I think, helped for the public to understand their budget a little more, and also for councillors. Councillor Hall.
If there are no further questions at this time, I am prepared to make a motion. I just want to look around the table, make sure that I'm in good time.
Are you?
I have a number of motions.
I will start.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
I would like Gilly to direct administration to prepare a detailed breakdown of the 2026 tax requisition totaling approximately $13 million, identifying costs attributed to inflationary pressures, costs attributed to unavoidable wage and benefit increases, costs attributed to the impacts of provincial downloading and legislative requirements, and any new budget requests or service level changes. And that this breakdown be presented to council to support transparent decision-making and public understanding of the driving factors behind the municipal tax requirements.
Thank you for that. I'm going to look to administration regarding the motion, if there was any clarity, or and then we can, of course, have some discussion once we have a clear motion.
I think I just said we just would maybe like to, first off, it'd be helpful to get the motion in writing so we make sure it's recorded correctly. And I wasn't able to capture them as quickly as they're stated. So the breakdown of net tax. So what you're looking for is a breakdown of the total net tax and the portions of that that are as a result of inflation, wages, provincial downloading. I think there was
provincial downloading and legislative requirements, and any new budget requests or service level changes.
That's clear. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? And if we're clear on the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's 6 councillors for, and that's carried unanimously. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I may have as many as 5 motions to make. But I'll begin maybe with a question first. At the commencement of the day, we heard a presentation from the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce, and I just wonder whether not put anybody on the defensive, but I wonder whether administration feels the need to respond in any way. You weren't brought into that discussion, or should you be part of the debate, but that is on the table. And if administration wished to respond or clarify anything, I would welcome that opportunity. And I would similarly, if administration needs time to consider whether a response is warranted or advisable, to give them that time to come back at another date. But there was a lot of information provided over the course of an hour or so, and I don't want to silence administration, with respect to any response that they might think is appropriate.
CEO Gibbon.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Malik for Mayor Island. So certainly appreciate the opportunity, or the question being asked and whether administration would, want to respond. I think council receives a really wide variety of input and opinions from a wide variety of sources. And administration's job is to make sure that we respond to the information that council needs and not the opinions presented by every party that might present an opinion to council. So we're satisfied, council is satisfied that you're getting the information you need. If there's a question that was presented or that arose today as a result of a presentation and council wanted to ask administration to find more information on it or present more information, we'd be happy to do so. But on behalf of the team, we don't feel need to combat information that was presented. That's really not even sort of the position. Somebody's free to share their opinion with council, and then council can ask administration for details on subjects that were of interest to.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, CEO Gibbon. All right, then I will start a series of motions, if I may. The first is simply that committee direct administration to return to council with a budget summary level of detail with respect to the 2026 operating budget. I use those words based on earlier comments from Mr. Gibbon that is the level of detail that is already in process and can be provided. And I think, speaking to the motion, I think that if council is interested in trying to find ways to cut the budget, and I respect that 2 weeks ago, there was a motion that was defeated to have administration look at ways to cut the budget. And to some extent, the argument was made, and rightly so, that is council's job. But if council is to do that job, I think council needs a greater level of detail. So my motion is simply to direct administration to return with that greater level of detail so that council can, on its own, try and sort out whether it can find places where cuts would be warranted.
Thank you for the motion, and speaking to the motion, are there other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? Not seeing any hands. Mayor Island, do you wish to make final comments? No? All right. So we have the motion on the floor. Administration is clear on the motion.
Maybe, Deputy Mayor Malik, just to make sure that in the minutes it's recorded correctly, I believe the mayor's intent was the budget summary level of detail for each service area. I think that was the intent. So for fitness and aquatics and arena and wildflowers and all of those sub-services, is that correct, Mayor?
That is the subject of a second motion that I'm going to get. This is just general overall. We have a level of detail now that is very general. My understanding is that there is a budget summary. You said a one-page document for each department.
So, Mayor, we just need to make a distinction between departments, which have been, that's what's it's been provided to council. Council has by department. I think you're looking for a finer grain detail on each sub area within the department.
Yes.
So, is that right? Okay.
Thank you for that. And so with that clarification and looking to councillors, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's 6 councillors voting in favor, none opposed. And look to that's carried. Mayor Island, you had mentioned you have another motion.
I do. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. The second one again is related to my discussion about cost recovery, although I'll keep cost recovery out of the motion. But my motion is that council direct administration to return with a column in the budget which identifies the percentage of taxpayer support by service area. And I look to administration, I see a nod that is comprehensible.
Deputy Mayor Malik, that one's understood and clear.
Thank you very much. I had my head down, so I missed your affirmation. Having made the motion, did you wish to speak to the motion?
In this particular case, my intent is simply to have the information available to council and to the public about the cost recovery, or conversely, the percentage of tax support for various services that we provide to the public, so that the public has a better understanding of where things fit in scale and context. So that if they wish to speak to us about the budget as it unfolds, they have another area of context to ground themselves.
Thank you. Any councillors wish to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, Mayor Island, no need to continue. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Also, all those in favor? And that's 6 councillors for, none opposed, and that's carried. Mayor Island?
Perhaps I can combine two, but if anybody wants to speak to the vision, they can. There were questions earlier about the graph that was presented to us earlier today by the Chamber of Commerce and what that might look like extended over a longer period of time. And I understood from responses from administration that go back to 2010, at least all those records are available. So my motion is that committee direct administration to return with a graph showing municipal tax requisition amounts over the past 15 years. And this is the add-on that might get separated. A graph indicating the assessed values, both residential and non-residential, over that same period of time. And again, to speak to that motion, the longer picture helps give context. And I think because there was discussion about fluctuating assessments and the relative weight of assessments, residential to non-residential, it might be important to have that as budget discussions continue. And I know that all of that information has to have been recorded in our tax rate bylaws every year. So I know that that information will be available. It's just somebody putting it into graph form. So that is the purpose and the intent of that motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to ask administration if the motion is okay.
Well, the motion is always okay. We're not going to be any judge of that. Any motion council wants to make is okay with me. The administration has a clear understanding of the motion.
That sounds okay to me then. What was the intent of the question? Thank you for that clarity. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? And Mayor Island did make the offer that if we wish to divide the motion into two, we could do that if there's any councillor that wishes to do that. If not, then we'll vote on the motion. And I'm head going back and forth. Mayor Island, do you wish to close? No? All right. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried with 6 councillors voting for the motion and none opposed. Now, I believe that brings us to the end of our new business section and talking about the budget, draft budget. Councillors, that brings us to item 8, the motion action list. And I'll ask CAO Gibbon to walk us through the changes that are proposed on the motion action list.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Melnick. I'll just reposition here to the agenda list from the budget. Document that I was looking at previously. So there are a few changes and a few items that administration is recommending could be removed. First, the Jasper Skatepark committee item from March of 24. Administration, although there's a report today that discussed some of the construction costs and some of the fundraising, administration believes that before we sort of finalize if there's any additional municipal support required, that should actually be after we complete the year end. That year end process allows all the final bills to come in and we would be sure that the project is fully complete. And so administration is recommending that this item be deferred to March 2026 when that year end process is completed. There's the item in the bottom part of the page, first page of the motion action list related to 2026 budget. The past council had directed administration to incorporate increased non-property tax revenue into the development of the budget. We have done so. We've had a little bit of discussion about that, but that has been acted on. So administration and the budget has been presented. So administration recommend that could be removed. The adoption of the offsite levies bylaw, administration is recommending that should be in the early part of the new year, February 2026. There are statutory requirements for a public hearing like this in terms of the advertising and public notice we have to provide. So that's not possible by the end of the year. On the next page at the top, an item that's really relevant to the discussion today was the property and business tax policy. Here, the past council has directed administration to develop a property and business tax policy and return to a meeting following the 2025 municipal election. Administration had that currently targeted as January, recognizing that council is going to have its strategic planning session in February. Administration thought it might be wise for council to have a chance to think about its strategic priorities and then for administration to reflect anything that might arise there in that draft policy that we bring forward. So just sort of timing that around council's strategic priority session so it follows afterwards. The Jasper Food Security Alliance item with respect to staffing support, the municipality's ability to support Food Alliance is maintained in the 2026 budget. If council would like any more details, Director Reed's here and happy to present about that, but we are able to maintain that support with the resources that are in the 2026 budget. There's no additional specific dedicated positions to that. We'd recommend that item could be removed. The Yellowhead at the bottom of the page, the Yellowhead Museum and Archives, there's direction arising from the budget discussion just to work with the archives, the museum, to adjust how they were presenting their revenue, the lease revenue from the additional site. Council saw the change, administration did work with council, saw that change. So that item could be removed. And then the Pride Society Festival, council has recommended that it be brought forward here today. Administration was expecting that was going to get discussed. Council, there was no RFD associated with it. Council did refer that request here. I guess we actually have not met that one. So last week when we were doing the recommendations on the motion action list, we imagined that it would have been discussed today. It hasn't been, so that one perhaps needs to stay on. Council need to consider whether you're going to provide the support requested by the society in advance of finalizing the 2026 budget.
CAO Gibbon, any questions for CAO Gibbon? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. Well, no, I'll withdraw it. It's not a question. It's for administration. It's for council, but maybe it's best that I speak to a motion. My concern is with respect to the property and business tax policy and the recommendation to defer to March. But not necessarily an item for administration to address. If you're open to discussion without a motion, I'm happy to express my thoughts.
Go ahead, Mayor Island.
So we heard a bit about this this morning again from the presentation from the Jasper Chamber of Commerce and community interest in considering or reconsidering tax policy, and in particular the tax rate split. And although I understand the recommendation to defer to give council an opportunity at its strategic priorities development session where it stands, it might better inform those strategic discussions if we hear from some members of the public before that. One of the challenges is that I expect that we may well be looking at an interim budget and having continued budget discussions in January, which is going to limit our time. But still, in principle, I think it might be useful to have some public discussion about tax policy before our strategic priorities session, so that we are better able to determine our own strategic approach. I just put that out there as an opportunity. Otherwise, we don't begin until March. I can't in my head do the reverse engineering, but again, the suggestion was this morning, which is accurate, that typically this gets moved down the road until finally the tax rate bylaw is before us, and there's a need to get it passed so we can get tax notices out the door in time. And we run out of time for a fulsome discussion. So it just seems to me that starting earlier might be wise. Then we go into strategic priorities and come back and continue discussions. I say that all in the context that in January we might be fully immersed still in budget, so I don't know what our time actually looks like. But those are the concerns I have with that one item on the motion action list.
Would any councillors like to comment? It's not a motion on the floor, it was a comment. I might ask CAO, given if that was to be left on, we would be looking at this in January, probably at our first committee of the whole meeting, if it stays on the motion action list.
Deputy Mayor Malik, yes. And so this, by the way, this is exactly the type of conversation the motion action list is meant to enable. If council wants something to move faster or differently, then this is a great place to have it. Things aren't getting missed, and council to decide what level of priority to put on things. And so the motion that was there was for administration to develop a draft policy, essentially a draft policy in return to a meeting. So we can develop a policy and show up at a meeting, and then council can discuss what you might like to do with that draft policy. You might want it to go out for public comment or discussion. And so people would have a straw dog, to comment on. We did hear back when this item came to the last council, there was a desire from the chamber specifically to have input into the creation of a draft policy. And so that would be challenging to do with the January timeline to enable anybody to have any sort of input into a draft policy. Administration could turn out, a place to start and a place for the public to start commenting on. So that might be the only challenge. The council's expectation, going back to pre-election, was that there was going to be a robust public engagement process that would identify the principles and foundations that should show up in a tax policy. That would take longer. If council felt it would be okay for administration to do a bit of a cut at it, and then to send that out for comment, that's possible within the January timeline. The other one with robust public engagement, stakeholder engagement, needs more time.
Thank you for that, CEO Given. I think that maybe answers how we could move this forward. Go ahead, CEO Given.
Deputy Mayor, maybe, and again, this transition time from one council to the next, administration could, just for council information, we could pull up the RFD that was presented on this item so that the current council could see where this motion came from and what was presented at the time. We can just circulate that by email. We'll dig it up, circulate it by email so folks can think about it. No harm in either case. We just, if council wanted to extend to January, that's fine. Maybe you would reflect on that and want some different approach based on reading that or RFP from the last council. We're happy to act either way. Circulating that information might give council a better understanding of where this recommendation came from.
Thank you. That's probably a very good suggestion for new council members to be acquainted with, and also our council members that return to reacquaint themselves with the request for decision. Are there any other questions on the motion action list? Mr. Gibbon, at the bottom of the Jasper Pride Society, Festival Society, I neglected to note that this wasn't on the agenda. Would it be possible that this could be on the next agenda on the December 16th? Or would it be better for us to discuss this in this meeting and to have direction for administration?
Deputy Mayor Melnick. So, apologies. I think that's a miss on my part too, that we could have had an item related to that. We simply would have reflected what the request was from the society. I don't know if Director Reed is in a position to be able to speak to some of the details of what the request was. But I think that there was a financial request and then a gift in kind request that were being referred forward. I think Director Reed, I don't know if you want to be able to comment on either of those, and it would be helpful. So administration isn't in a position, I think, to amend the budget again before showing up on the 16th, but it would be helpful for us to know if council's intention would be to include, the request that was made by the society.
Director Reed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. CO Given is correct. Their cash ask is $2,500, and then it's nearly $9,000 in facility rental and support waiving. So very straightforward. It just supersedes the value of gift in kind that I'm authorized to give. And so that facility rental for their events, I should say events plural, is what they're asking for to get to that total of roughly 11,500.
Thank you, Director Reed. Councillors, with that additional information, wonder if anyone has further comments, questions regarding that particular item. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick, to you, Director Reed. Do you anticipate that the gifts in kind contribution would have any significant impact on the budget? Had you budgeted for that type of revenue to come in, or would it be revenue or be a neutral effect?
Deputy Mayor Melnick, through to Councillor Baxter. We were not aware during budget time that they would be making this request or that they would be hosting their main events with us. So it is not included as a revenue currently in the budget right now.
And in the past, that they made similar gifts in kind requests, but they didn't total to such a large amount. Is that correct?
Our Deputy Mayor Melnick, through Councillor Waxer, yes and no. They have received other grants in the past that enabled them in some years to actually rent the facilities. And in other years, they have catered the events to be free, family oriented. And so they were one or two events would be eligible under policy F104. But in this particular ask, it is more than, again, F104 enables me to do.
Thank you for that, Director Reed. Any other comments, other councillors? So in absence of a recommendation regarding the Jasper Pride Festival Society, we have the motion action list before us with the recommendations by administration, and we've had some discussion on the property and business tax policy. Is there a councillor willing to make a motion regarding the motion action list? Mayor,
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Melnick. With respect to the Jasper Pride Festival Society request, I think I'll just seek confirmation from the administration, but if we are going to advance this, we need a motion to forward it to budget considerations for next week. Would that be the appropriate wording?
I think that'd be appropriate, Worship.
Okay. So I would make that motion, even though it's not before us. We did get an email, so councillors have had an opportunity to look at that submission. So I would make a motion that committee refer the request from the Jasper Pride Festival Society to budget considerations.
thank you, Your Worship. When you say budget consideration, is that direction for administration to include the Pride Festival Society in the revised budget?
Try to keep us consistent with past practices. Is that what we did with community groups? Or did we simply forward them for consideration and then council as a whole directed that they go on to the budget? I think that's what we did, so I'm trying to be consistent. So it's not a direction, it's just recommendation to council. So, but I just don't want us to lose track of it. I want it to be part of our budget considerations for next week and beyond if we go beyond.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate the clarification. I think it clarifies for councillors as well what to expect next week. We have a motion on the floor. Does anyone wish to speak to it? Then I'll call it, unless you wanted to close, I'll call the motion, call for the vote on the motion. All those in favor? And that is 6 councillors for, that is carried unanimously. We still need a motion on the motion action list. Councillor Hall?
I'll make a motion to accept as amended.
And looking for any discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Waxer.
I'm not certain that I understand the motion. With what we made the motion, we passed the mayor's suggestion to move the, did we come to consensus on that? Sorry, it's been a long day.
I think the motion was that the Jasper Pride Festival Society would be presented with in the next meeting on December 16th. And that with the items that were, and Councillor Hall, correct me, with the items that were recommended to be removed, you were agreeing with that, saying as amended, and we were leaving the property and business tax policy on the motion action list. The only clarification there is that we'll be having the draft request for proposal coming to councillors, so we can leave that as January 2026 for now. And I look to administration, is that capturing the essence of our discussion? And so we should all know what we're voting on now. And any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's 6 councillors for, none opposed, and that's carried. Which brings us to item number 9, and that is councillor upcoming meetings. Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Melnick. No upcoming meetings, but yesterday I was involved in a recovery advisory committee meeting in the afternoon and a library board meeting last night. Nothing to report.
Mayor Ireland.
Weather and roads permitting, I will attend in response to an invitation from AMPI, Association for Mountain Parks Protection and Enjoyment. They are hosting Parks Canada CEO Ron Holman at something they were describing as a fireside chat in Banff tomorrow afternoon. I hope to be there.
Thank you. I'm going to go with Councillor Waxer and then Councillor Burchett.
December 10th and 11th, I will be attending the Evergreens Foundation orientation and organizational meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Burchett.
Yes, December 12th, Friday, I will be participating in a Zoom meeting with the Delaware Highway Committee to meet the committee chairman and members and familiarize myself with the process with that group.
Thank you, Councillor Burchett. Councillor Councillor.
December 18th, I will have my first Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation meeting. And actually, perhaps it's a good time to ask. On February 19th, there's an Evergreen meeting that I'm wondering if I can attend. I guess Kathleen kind of said I probably could because it's open to the public, but Kathleen won't be there. So if her alternative, whoever that may be.
February?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be there then. I thought you said December.
Well, but somebody said that you weren't going to be there. But anyways, okay, we can talk about that later.
So I think the public meeting that you're referring to is in reference to the rebuilding of Pine Grove. Yeah. So I think that is a public meeting that any of us could attend if we chose to. On the 19th, which is a Thursday, I believe. And I would like to report that on Thursday of last week, Danny, Councillor Burchett, myself attended a Community Futures Orientation and Board meeting in Hinton. And from there on Saturday morning at the request of the mayor, I had an opportunity to be in Edmonton and be part of globals. Jasper comes to Edmonton. We had about 8 different segments on 2 days, on global morning, global weekend morning, which was, good comments I heard from people regarding the presentations by each of the businesses, that were presenting that morning. So it was a good opportunity for us to feature Jasper, with partners such as Tourism Jasper, the Jasper Park Lodge, the Raven, Evil Daves, the Planetarium, and Municipality. So I think I pretty well covered all of the groups that were represented there, which hopefully will kick off our festive season and going into winter. With that, upcoming events. We have the community holiday party this Friday, starting at 5:30 at the Activity Center. We're going to take a little break from the action here from December 23rd until the 30th. And then we'll be back for a regular council meeting on Tuesday, January 6th at 1:30. We are coming to the end of the meeting. I hazard to ask if there is any other business. Seeing none, I would look for maybe a motion to adjourn. Councillor Hall. All those in favor? That's passed unanimously. 6 councillors for. Thank you for the public. Thank you for all the folks who came to the gallery today. Appreciate the conversation today between members in the gallery and also with council. We will be back here for the regular council meeting on December 16th. Thank you for all of the individuals who zoomed in, and I'm sure you'll see, if you weren't able to watch live today, it'll be on our YouTube channel. And we are adjourned.